Good morning, duelists. Good evening. Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? Everyone, people arriving to the new week. All right. Welcome to the stream. How are you feeling? My throat is still a little bit, I don't know what the exact word is, but I'm getting a lot better. It's a lot better. Thank you for asking, Lukash. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome. Sore. Yes. Sore is the word. It's been getting better though. It's all right. I did horrible at YCS Cancun, mega bummed out. I know how that feels. It happens though. It's like in the grand scheme of things, it's like you're always gonna do bad at some events, right? It just happens, and you just look forward. I don't know. There's no other way to deal with it. What to say? Thank you for the 11 months. Gazelle is back. Sun is shining. Everything is fine. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The new ban list is in effect in exactly 7 days, and then we have 3 gazelles. That's all that matters, isn't it? Mr. Kanira, thank you for the 7 months. Tillam is strongest. I don't know if that's true, but we'll talk about that today. We'll talk about that not even a little bit today, a lot. Dragon Link strongest? Okay, chat. Everyone spam whatever deck you think is going to be the strongest, and you just spam deck name plus strongest. You say thank you, deck name plus strongest. What's your, what do you think? Thank you, Altergeist strongest. Thank you, Ghost Trick strongest. Okay, but serious answers. Serious answers only. Vanquish Soul strongest. Rika strongest. Oh no, why would you say that? Why would you say Rika? That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Flu won the YCS before the ban list and they didn't get hit. Well, you see, that's not the only thing that matters, but we're going to talk about the YCS that Flu won the reason won. Was this the first time Flu won a YCS, by the way? I think so, right? They usually, that's the thing about Fluanderees, right? Fluanderees was always kind of like that NPC deck that would give someone the win in the finals, right? Like they would always make it to the finals just to be like slaughtered, right? They either break or they misplay or whatever. It's just like the paid actor deck, right? It's like it gets to the finals and then it's the NPC just to be like, just to be taken down. I don't know what went wrong this time. I don't know what happened. Like, it was supposed to just be there, like Max Reynolds goes to the finals, well-known good duelist, hasn't won a YCS yet, is supposed to just win it this time around, gets the Flu NPC, and then, I don't know, I don't know what happened. Like, game bug. I don't know. He should go and make a Reddit post, I think, because, that's not how it's supposed to go, right? It's not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to get to the finals in your YCS against Flu, and you're supposed to just win, right? I don't know what went wrong. Something went wrong. Like, I wish the event was streamed so we could check what I wish we could check what went wrong, but yeah, unfortunate. Max could have gotten 2 rings this weekend. Yeah, it would have been one hell of a story. Congratulations, by the way, for the engagement. But yeah, no, it was just a little bit short of perfection. A little bit short of perfection, and that's what's weird, right? Flu is not supposed to be like that. He drew Storm? He did draw Storm, apparently, yeah. Did you want to go to Cancun? Well, I mean, I wasn't planning on doing it, if that's what you're asking. Kalski, thank you for the 10 months and the kind words. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, whenever there's a YCS, I would like to be there, if that's what you're asking. Like, of course, I would have liked to be there, but it's like, I wasn't planning on going, no. All right, chat. Why don't we quickly warm up? I just made tea. It's still way too hot, so I can't drink it yet. Why don't we just warm up with a good round of Card Guesser? and then hop into the new format, new ban list, and all that kind of stuff. And also some YCS recap. I think it's going to be a chill stream today. We're going to have a lot to talk about, a lot of stuff to look at, prepare for the new format. YCS Dortmund is getting closer and closer. So, you know, let's quickly get the warm up out of the way, right? You look familiar. I want to say you are Mount Sylvania. Yes, you are. This is a generator. Boss room. Boss room. Starving Venom. Oh, there's a lot of Starving Venoms. It's just Fusion Dragon, right? Yeah. Okay, this is some branded. Despia. But which one is this? Is this, which one is this? I need one zoom. It's weird. Is this branded Lost? It is branded Lost. This also looks familiar. Oh, I know. I've seen this, but I don't know what it's called. Power Invader. Yeah, no, I've seen this. What's the dog called? It's a wordplay. It's like Rottweiler. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the one. This is the C with the newspaper, right? Which one? What's the retaliating? No. Huh? Flying? Confronting the sea? I'm being super confused right now. What the hell? Oh, it's because it's Tornado Bird. I don't really want to talk about that if possible. This one I have seen. But it's I think it's a ZW. No, it's just Regulus. Okay. You look familiar. You are Witch's Apprentice. I'm not sure if it's Wee Witch or just Witch's Apprentice. Okay, it's Wee Witch. Nice. Hello, Skrelp. How are you doing? Shouldn't you be asleep? Didn't you do the modcast for Farfa? Oh, it's excavation. Oh no, you didn't? Okay. Feel awake. Which one is this? This is Axe Mummy or something? Giant Axe Mummy? Yeah. I did do it, but I don't feel... Have you not slept at all? Have you been doing it every night? For like the last... What is it, like day 12 now? Yeah? That's... Immortal Phoenix. Ah? I think I'm mixing it up. No, oh! No, that... Unfortunate. I can imagine it's fun, but I can also imagine it's freaking stressful. And messes with your rhythm a lot. We haven't really been focusing on guessing cards in the game that's all about guessing cards. What the hell are these cards though? Like, let's be real. What the hell is this? Oh, this is a Fabled. Yeah. Fabled Diarrhea. This is something like Dark Light? Yeah. Kickback. The structure deck guy. I think this is... I'm not going to say what I think it is because I think I'm wrong. Yep. Yep. I prefer not to speak. Durandama, thank you for the 7 months. Hope you succeed in your endeavors. This is a dino rest. I am once again not doing too well at this. Bond. This one? No. Ugh. It's not even that. Even when I look at chat, I get it wrong. Even when I look at chat, I get it wrong. I just lose time for no reason. Oh, this one oh god, what is this called? I know this one. It's very old. Teva. Yes. Masked Beast. Right? That's Kodo. Thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. 15 months is a long time. Does anyone realize that? This is Cyber... Now what? Cyber Kirin, right? Kirin, yes. You look weird. Oh, it's because you're a gimmick puppet. Dude, gimmick puppets are the ugliest cards ever. I tweeted that once. I tweeted once that gimmick puppets are probably the ugliest archetype ever made. And people got offended by that. Some like 1 or 2 people in the universe got offended because gimmick puppet is their favorite archetype, which is like, that's crazy. Phantom Wing? No, what is that called? It's the Phantom Knight. Phantom Knight. Wing. Horus. Level 4. Infernity Randomizer. Something. Oh, of Rose. Fallen Angel? No. Oh, Rose Lover. No, you're right. Rose Lover. Yeah. Is this Supply Squad? No. Not sure what it is then. Is it Secret Blast? It could be Secret Blast. No, Backup Squad. Oh, it was a squad. I was thinking of in the right direction. Okay. Is this Protron? No. Bitron? Nope. And I have no idea what it is. Oh, it's a digital bug, I think. This is Cubic. Is this Cubic Karma? Cubic Dharma? Okay. What is going on? What is happening? Oh, this is the giant beetle link monster, right? Yeah, I didn't know what it's called, but I've seen it. What are you? Oh, Nephthys. Nephthys. Devotee, maybe? Oh, I was right. Okay. Nice. Oh, this is randomizer again. Is it just green gadget? Or is it bait? It's green gadget. Okay. We're washed today, aren't we? We're mega washed, yeah. This is something Mist Valley Soldier. Yes. Okay, okay. Aitsu. Oh, it's actually the right one. Okay, nice. Performapal. However, I don't know what this one's called. Performapal is so hard because you can't freaking look at... They have such random names. It's so hard to find. Oh, Toon can... How did I take that? How did I need that zoom? There's no way I needed that zoom, right? I just clicked too fast. Nope. Ooh, this is, I think, Flamvel. Oh, no, it's volcanic volcanic rat? Rat. Not mouse. Alexenomorph, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Enjoy your, what is 1 year? Ronin Totem badge? Oh, Mystical Elf. This summons Reshev. I'm not sure if it's called Reshev. No, it's not. Oh, what is the ritual for Reshev called? It summons Reshev. Rite of the Ancient? Rite of... Nope, does not exist. I'm skipping it. I'm skipping it, but I just want you to know. I'm pretty sure this summons Final Ritual of the Ancients. This summons Reshev. What the hell is happening on this card? There's a lot going on. And I've never seen it before. Ice Jade Erosion. This one I know. This Gin Buster. Gin Buster. Yeah. This one I don't know. Utopic something. Utopia something. No shot. Zexel Field. Yeah, no universe. I get that. This is... Did I pick the wrong... I picked the right one last, of course. 3 options. This is a ninja. But... Tobari? Tobari the Sky Ninja. It is that. Okay, nice. This is, I think, Hisikil Frost. Yeah. Performapal stuff. No worry. I tend to be very bad at cards where there's just so much happening. This is a goatee. Fury. Okay. You look like a worm. You are a worm. What's the letter for this worm? Which one? G? Nice. It was G. Is this Dojo? It is Dojo. Okay, how do you spell Kairyushin? Yeah, that's how you spell it. This one I don't know. I feel like I should know this one, but I don't. Okay, no, I don't know. I did not need to know that. Oh, not a Performapal in the last 20 seconds. The hell is that? I've never seen it. This is a side frame. I don't know which one. I don't know which one. It's fine. 750 we take it. 750 we tap out. We tap out. Was it Delta? Washed. You see, chat, the thing is the following, right? If we keep putting up 700 to 800 points, right? At some point, at a certain point, chat, and I feel like we're about to reach that point, you have to stop saying washed, because if that's just our average, you can't freaking say washed. You're not allowed to. You're just not allowed to when we keep, like, at this point, we're just consistent. We're not washed, we're consistent. No, don't say washed. Don't sub for 15 months and say washed. Did you wait for that exact moment? Did you open the stream this morning, saw you weren't subbed anymore, and you knew you were gonna renew it anyways, and you just waited for me to specifically finish Card Guesser just to say washed? Is that what happened? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I think we're not washed, chat. I think we're consistent. That's what we are. We are not washed. I'm officially announcing we are not washed. See, that's how you do a nice sub. Castus Artorius Clurius, Lucius, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you for the 10 months, both of you. Appreciate. How was your weekend? Did you recover well? Would have been nice to see you in Lage. I know. I was very sad that I had to bail on the cart market event. It was a bummer because they also I felt so bad because they also like they announced it on their social media thingies that I was going to be there, and they even paid for my train ticket, right? And I felt so bad, but I would have infected everyone in that venue. So yeah, I don't know if you can tell from my own voice that I'm still not fully recovered, but I'm doing okay. I'm doing a lot better. A calm weekend was really what I needed. Like, I just spent most of the weekend in bed, honestly, and it was definitely necessary. So yeah. Let's see. Someone in chat said this was rough today. Yeah. All right, a high-level warrior monster. What's the Gifreed's defense points? Too much. Too much defense on the Gifreed. High-level warrior. High-level warrior. Warrock. Are Warrocks warriors? They are warriors. But they all have too much defense. Oh, they all have symmetrical stats. I didn't know that. I don't know anything about Warrocks, so... Should we talk about the Prohibition incident? We can talk about it. DPE? It's not a dark. It could be a Goki, but it's not a level 4. What about Rescorpio? It could be Rescorpio. Level 5? What about the Flame Swordsman retrain? No, not, they didn't make a level 5. Okay. Level 5 warrior, just an effect monster, red layer. Red layer, I think is too old for this. Yeah, it's 2017 or up. So it can't be red layer. Level 5 warrior effect monster, Infernoble. There's probably a bunch of Infernobles. Let me see. Okay, let me quickly... Okay, 2300 attack. Lower than 2300 attack, more than 1500. More than 0 defense, but less than 1500 defense. Okay, let's look for an Infernoble. They're all synchros. There's not that many Infernobles, actually. And it's not a synchro. So it's not that. 6 Samurai? 6 Samurai. The new 6 Samurais. That's a fusion. No. Tenma the Sky Star. What the hell is this? Okay. No. I don't believe that you knew that. I do not believe that you knew that. There's no world. There's no world. Look me in the eye and tell me you knew that and didn't look it up. You looked that up. I did not look that up. There's no way. How? Isn't the daily challenge the same for everyone? Yeah, but that's essentially looking it up. I know the Earth and Sky Star cards. You see, I didn't even know of the existence of an archetype called Sky Star and Earth Star. I have not ever heard of that before. I'm currently sorting bulk. Okay, I feel like you're just making a lot of different excuses in different chat messages, which makes me believe you even less, but that's the first one I'll actually believe. That's the first one I'm actually believing. It's broken in NNR format. Let me see. Level 5 warrior. If only your opponent controls a monster, or if you control an earth monster, you can normal summon this card without tributing. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon a level 5 earth warrior monster from your hand. You can only use the effect once per turn. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a warrior monster you control, quick effect, you can make this card lose exactly 500 attack. If you do negate the activation, if you do that, destroy that card. I don't even believe you that it's good in NNR format. This does not even sound good in NNR format. I think you are capping massively right now. All of you are capping. I think all of you are capping. You guys, this card is not good in NNR. This card is not in your bulk. You guys just looked it up on DB. Which makes you guys washed, by the way. You guys are washed. All right. All right. WMW, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, that was a fun one. Who saw the Farfa collab on what was it, Saturday night? We were once again forced to save the Farfa subathon. Not me. Dude, don't say not me, Smile. You gifted. Whenever I saw the waiver gift sub coming into Farfa's chat, I already knew I was gonna get some freaking shitty card. Man. I gave you Protron. Oh yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that so much. Thank you for the Protron. All right, chat. All right. Let's go into some content. Let's begin. I gave Ishizus, they were yeah, Ishizus were actually not that bad. They were definitely not the worst part of my deck. So that's that. I expected worse when I saw your subs actually. Well, yeah. Any thoughts on the structure deck releasing this weekend? Actually, not really. Because I remember looking at the cards, but now that it's actually releasing, like we looked at it a couple, I want to say months ago, maybe it was just a couple weeks. I'm not exactly sure. It's definitely like more than 1 month that we looked at it. I remember reading the cards and being like, they're not complete ass, but they're also not very good. And right now, when I'm trying to think of it, I can't remember a single one of those cards. I just, for the life of me, I can't remember what the cards do, which is probably a bad sign, honestly. So take it with a grain of salt, but I think it's not that strong. It's definitely no Trap Tricks or Dark World structure deck, in my opinion. Like I read it once a couple months ago. I thought the cards weren't completely terrible, but whatever. Yeah. YGO Cody, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Check Discord. Okay, we... Oh, it's okay. I believe you. I believe you. It's all right. It's all right. I believe you. Yeah, they sent me an image. Pazim sent me an image of actually owning the card in the bulk right now in front of them. Okay, I believe you. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We have proof. We have proof. They were not chatting. The cards are good for a Red Dragon Archfiend centric deck. I remember, I think we watched a Lithium video of like, you know, the typical, you know, the typical Lithium video with like the thumbnail of like an incredibly busted board, and then you get the yo, what's up guys, and then they just do a couple games against like on YGO Pro against people that can barely you know, play an effect monster. A banger videos, but I don't think that means the deck is any good. All right. Chat, there was a YCS this past weekend. There was indeed a YCS this past weekend, so I suppose we should quickly cover it, you know, because the YCS is a big deal, even though the format was the old format, of course, because we got a ban list last Friday, which is going to be the main topic of today's stream, of course. Exactly, X Crazy. Thank you for the 16 months, and thank you for the added, you know, added bit of input. It's not the most interesting format to look at right now, because let's face it, I think the format was good, but everyone is excited for what's to come, right? Everyone is looking forward to YCS Dortmund. It's kind of a shame that they released the ban list on a Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday there was a YCS where no one, like everyone knew the format was not gonna matter, right? Which is, you know, they could have done it like a couple days early and then just said, yeah, it's in effect for YCS Cancun. That would have been super hype. Or they could have waited until today, maybe, with the ban list, and then just like people would have cared more for YCS Cancun. But anyways, whatever. It is what it is. It's okay. Ban list is out. For format for the YCS was pre-ban list, so let's just quickly cover it. Of course, shout outs to, once again, the amazing Septo spreadsheet that we're gonna use to quickly look at this YCS. And when I say quickly, I mean quickly. I quickly wanna summarize what happened. You know, all that good stuff. Talk about why certain decks did how they did, and so on and so forth. Okay, so elephant in the room. Fluanda Rees won its first YCS ever, I think, which is weird because Fluanda Rees is supposed to be, look, this is what Fluanda Rees normally does, right? Fluanda Rees normally gets to the finals of a YCS, and it's kind of just like that NPC that gets taken down by whatever protagonist, right? The protagonist makes it to the finals of a YCS, NPC plays Fluanda Rees and loses, right? Breaks or misplays or whatever. Like the two things that Fluanda Rees players do, right, is like break or misplay. And then somehow, you know, the protagonist, which is in this case Max Reynolds, gets to the finals with Rescue Ace. The opponent plays Fluanda Rees. So everyone in the world is like, okay, this is how Max Reynolds finally gets his YCS win. And then I don't know what happened. Maybe the game bugged or some shit. Like they should make a Reddit post about it. You know, game bug. Why did Fluanda Rees not lose the finals? Fluanda Rees wins somehow. I don't know how. But it won the YCS. So game bug. I don't know, dude. Max Reynolds, unfortunately, only second place. But is what it is, right? Fluanda Rees won. We're not gonna look at the entire deck profile, but I've seen this post. Melanak, thank you for the 6 months. We'll talk about the upcoming format in a bit. Give me a second. This list won. I don't think there's anything in particular that we need to talk about in this deck list, other than Keck W. Your deck has been Omega nerfed because our Ice Heart is now banned. So you know, I don't know if this deck is playable moving forward. All jokes aside, instead of discussing the Fluanda Rees list, let's very quickly talk about why Fluanderies did so well, because it's not only the one that won. There was 3 Fluanderies in top 32, which is a respectable number, the third most represented deck in this top cut. And I think, even though I'm not a big fan of Fluanderies, you know that. I hate Fluanderies with a passion. I hate playing against it. I also don't think it's that good of a deck. But, you know, that aside, I think it's interesting to look at this because it's a very good showcase of format development. Right, it's a very interesting thing to look at, and the fact that it won the event is actually, for that matter, kind of cool because it really showcases a lot of like these, you know, little format developments. And one of the obvious things when you look at Fluanderies is that deck is almost built to counter Unchained, right? Like it previously to Unchained in the format, it didn't have any spectacular matchups. It was like okay, right? It was an okay deck that popped up here and there. Now that Unchained is like a top tier threat, right? Maybe even the most represented or most expected deck going into this event, right? Almost all the pro players, I think, played Unchained. Like not all of them, but a lot of them played Unchained. And if you look at Unchained, that deck has basically 2 possible end boards, right? It either makes the Unchained Soul of Rage plus the Wave King High Caesar or whatever it's called, Wave High King DDD Caesar thingy plus some back row, or it makes Muckraker plus Griffin, right? Both of those end boards are completely focused around countering special summoning, right? Because the Unchained Link monsters can only link with special summoned monsters, and the Wave King Caesar negates cards that special summon. Griffin stops special summoned monsters from activating their effects. Fluanderies cares about none of that. Literally none of that. You play through all of it without a problem. And this is, I think, just one of the key strengths in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like not only about playing the game. There's a big part of Yu-Gi-Oh! That is picking the right deck and building it well, right? That is so much of success in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about making the right calls in deck decision and deck building. And even though I'm not a big fan of Fluanderies in general, I have to admit that for this YCS or this format in particular, it was a pretty good call, right? Because it just like it beats Unchained. It doesn't have a big issue against like Cash Tira is, I don't think, a super good matchup, but it's also not a terrible matchup. It's okay. And like other decks in the room, like, you know, Dragon Link, you don't care about Bestials at all. Like, you have a Shifter in your deck, like, you're probably good against Dragon Link as well. So, like, a lot of just really solid matchups for Flu if it doesn't break, right? And that's the caveat always, but I still think it's a good showcase. I still think it's a very good showcase of, you know, just understanding how the metagame works, making a meta call and being successful with it. So on that note, it was a good showcase. It was a good showcase of when you can whip out a certain strategy and do well with it. And there's been times in the past where Fluanderies was definitely not the call, and there's been times where it was arguably more of a call, and this one was more like, this one was I don't think it was a bad call. So yeah, would I have played Fluanderies for this event? Absolutely not, because I think you still need to get very lucky with Fluanderies to not break at some point in Top Cut. But I mean, it worked out for them, so honestly, can't help but think it was a good call. So there you go. Congratulations. That was that. Other notable results include a second place for Rescue Ace, which we don't have a deck profile for, but we do have a top 32 Rescue Ace as well by Hector Perez, which I think we're going to look at this list, but a little bit later. Not right now, but I want to look at it before we hop into the current format, because outside of Cash Tira, almost all the decks here in this spread are still relevant for the upcoming format, right? We're going to talk about how it changes the, like, of course, your choice of side deck cards, main deck, non-engine, stuff like that. Those kind of decisions definitely change, but most of these decks are still relevant for this upcoming format. So we're going to take a look at some of these lists, right? Like we have a Rescue Ace list to look at, we have an Unchained list to look at, so on and so forth. But yeah, Other than that, overall, Cash Tira got a very strong showing in the last tournament of its format, basically. 8 in top 32, even though Unchained was kind of like the hot new thing on the blog. On the block, like everyone expected Unchained to maybe take more top cut spots than Cash Tira again. Not the case. Cash Tira still really performed and shows us why the Arisad really needs to go. And then everything else here, you know, Unchained is kind of like the big thing also going into the new format. One big thing, especially when you're looking at the upcoming YCS in Dortmund, because we don't have any big tournaments leading up to YCS Dortmund, right? We don't have anything to compare to. It's going to be the first YCS of the new format. I think the biggest question going into YCS Dortmund is, will Unchained just be the best deck moving forward? Because it's looking like it, right? Everything points towards it, because it's by far either the most successful or second most successful deck in the current format, and Cash Tira is presumably just gone, right? So does that mean that Unchained just moves up into uncontested best deck, or will other decks contest it better? Because that's the one thing to really keep note. Like, it's not that simple, right? It's not as simple as like Unchained was the second best deck, arguably. The best deck is gone, so Unchained now moves up into the best. I don't think it's that simple, because how good a deck is always really depends on the environment as well, like the tech cards that people are playing, the hand traps that people are playing, and just in general its matchups against the other decks, right? And it's like Cash Tira being gone changes a lot more than just everything moves up one slot on the ladder, right? It's not that simple, because decks that previously had a terrible matchup against Cash Tira might be a lot more popular now, and maybe Unchained isn't that good against those decks. That is something we're going to talk about in a bit when we make tier lists, because today is also tier list day. We're making a meta tier list, we're making a hand trap tier list, and we're making a like board breaker tier list today. So that's something to look forward to. But yeah, that's something we're going to talk about more when we do that. All right, other notable things. Nothing really unexpected here, I think. I would say most of this stuff is to be expected. We have 8 cash, 7 Unchained, 3 fluid, 2 branded, 2 Vanadium, 2 purely, 2 rescues. Worth noting, I think it's a relatively low amount of purely. I would have expected a little bit more than 2, but it's only 2. The other is, let's see what the others are. There's 1 Rika deck by Marcus Patel, which made top 32. There's 1 Labyrinth only, which is also relatively low. There's an absolute war crime happening with a Mathmech duelist in top 32. I don't know what happened there. We have a dinosaur duelist, and that's about it, right? With the interesting stuff. What do I have? I think the branded Chimera was also counted as its one thing only. And only 1 Dragon Link. That's also that's interesting, actually. No, I just noticed that. I just assumed there was more Dragon Link, but no, it's missing. There's only 1 Dragon Link deck in top 32. That's very curious. You would expect it to be more, right? Because the deck is supposed to be pretty good against Unchained, right? That is what, at least that's like the word on the street. It's like Dragon Link is a pretty solid deck against Unchained, because you get to banish their follow-up, like Yama banished can hurt. Yeah, I mean, Dragon Link underperforming. Maybe that's just because Cash Tira was performing again at this event, right? Maybe there's been a lot of, maybe there's just been a lot of Cash Tira at this event, and that's why Dragon Link didn't perform as well, but yeah. And that's about it for the YCS. I mean, honestly, as this is the last YCS of the format, I think it's a good time to just look back at the format and be like, was this a good format? Was this a bad format? And looking at this final matchup spread, honestly, I would say it was a pretty good format. I think it looks like a pretty healthy environment. I think most of the stuff here is like okay in terms of like playing against it or whatever. I think it looks fun. I think it looks okay. I mean, like, the only card I really have an issue with when I look at all these deck profiles is like Dimensional Shifter, right? We don't have to talk about it again, right? We talked about it enough in the ban list discussion. There's a couple cards that are Troll Despair that should have been hit on the ban list, but overall, I think mostly solid Yu-Gi-Oh is being played right now, and that's what I really care about, right? You know, like it's like I don't know, 80% of games, 90% of games are solid Yu-Gi-Oh, and then some other games are just ruined by Arise, Sword, Shifter, Barrier, Anti-Spell. Some amount of games are ruined by it, but all the other games are pretty cool. So I'm okay. I'm all right. Yeah, and that's the last YCS of the format, and now we're moving on into a much more exciting format, which is the one without a Rise Art, right? It's basically this format, but take away a Rise Art and see what happens. I'm excited. What version of Runic would you play after the ban list? It's tough to say. I probably would say start with either Furhire Sprite or Chimera. I think both of those are pretty cool. But I have most of those also included in my tier list for today. So we're going to do that in a little bit. Can we get a hand trap list for this format? We will do a hand trap list for this format as well. Yes, today. Today. Is Salad into you? Yeah, of course Salad is in the tier list. Where else would it be? Of course. Runic Sun is the best. Runic Sun is not the best version. Also, Primal Hidden, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. And Gano, thank you for the 11. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the support. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content enough to support the stream. Appreciate that a ton. Yardchip as well. Thank you for the 6. I mean, Thrust is, I think, the biggest offender of Yu-Gi-Oh being expensive right now, because we're going to talk about Thrust in the board breaker tier list today. Thrust is a phenomenal Yu-Gi-Oh card, and it didn't get hit on the ban list, of course. And freaking Thrust is, yeah, I think Thrust and Prosperity, if those two cards, if Thrust and Prosperity were cheaper or more accessible in general, I think we would actually be looking at a very budget-friendly format, because you could play so many rogue decks so much better if you have access to Thrust and Prosperity. Right? Like, those are the two cards that are in almost every single deck that are still expensive, right? There's like, I don't think there's any other staple that's truly expensive, or am I missing something? Like, and I don't mean a card like Baron. Like, I know Baron is an expensive staple, arguably, but not that many decks actually need Baron. Like a staple that's really not replaceable, right? Kurikara maybe, but I mean, like, Kurikara I would argue is replaceable, right? Like, if you don't have Kurikara, it's like not that bad to play something like Herald of the Abyss, Kaiju, or whatever. Like, it's not as not replaceable, right? You won't find a card that does what Thrust does, and you also won't find a replacement card that does what Prosperity does, right? I don't think that's possible. The consistency that Prosperity provides is something that no other card will ever provide. And the same is with Thrust, right? The options that you get from Thrust is insane, right? There's no other card that gives you that. So I think it's really just that. Talents is still pretty pricey, is it? Really? I thought they reprinted Talents like crazy. Magnificent Maven's Tactics. It's like $16. Yeah, $17. You're right. That's not cheap. That's not cheap. But it is cheap compared to Thrust. But yeah. But yeah. No, yeah. You guys are right. There's other examples of expensive cards, but I think Prosperity and Thrust are by far the biggest offenders of that. Are the Rarity Collection packs gonna have a higher price than normal packs? Or what is RRP? I don't know what RRP means. You mean MSRP? I'm not sure, actually. When does this come out? When does this Rarity Collection thingy come out? November. Okay, so it's still a while away. It's after Is it after Age of Overlord? After, because Age of Overlord is October, right? It's after. Unreal, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Yeah, the I think the rarity collection is in a weird spot. I think the rarity collection is in a weird spot because it's, and this is only from what I've heard. I have no idea actually, but like I'm just saying what like word on the street is that the legendary, like everyone thinks the rarity collection is going to be insane, right? Everyone, we looked at it on stream, we looked at the announcement, and we thought, hey, oh my god, this is going to be crazy, right? Because we get so many reprints, we get so many new rarities that are going to be exciting, right? So like everyone is excited. Everyone I know is excited about the rarity collection. Everyone thinks it's going to be a banger set, right? At least I think that, right? And everyone I've talked to about it, I feel like expects it to be insane, right? And that just led to I think vendors ordering a lot of it, and not everyone gets as much as they want, and so on and so forth. Like we'll see. It could lead to something like if everyone opens, if the vendors open so much product that like there's so much on the market, maybe the cards will get cheaper because of that. I don't know. But I think it's currently a very highly anticipated set, and that's why I think buying it right now is not very cheap. I think the pre-sales for the stuff is kind of expensive. It might even sell for more than MSRP. Or I'm pretty sure it does. Right? So yeah. So I personally would advise you to not I personally would advise you to not buy it sealed and just get the cards you want as singles. Is that a Mario mug? It is a Mario mug that when you pour hot water in it, it changes the color to blue, so it's day then. Crazy, right? Technology. It's just tea. Ordering my cases as we speak. Okay, don't do that every time. Don't do that every time I tell you not to do something. You just do it. That's not. No. No hot water in it, right? Yeah, it's almost empty, and it's been like, yeah, I made it before I started stream, so it's cold by now. Sounds like financial advice. No, it's never financial advice, because you guys know I'm terrible with financial decisions in Yu-Gi-Oh. I just tell you what I would do, and you guys make of that what you will. All right, chat. Why don't we hop right into some tier list creation? Huh? Why don't we just hop right in and create a tier list for the upcoming format? Huh? I think that sounds like a good idea. Give me a second. Yeah, this is better. Okay. But it's Monday. See, the thing is, as long as no one tells the YouTube watchers that it's Monday right now, it can always be tier list Tuesday or tier list Thursday, right? It always works like that, right? We record them, and it's just tier list Thursday, right? Doesn't matter. Okay. Let me do a quick YouTube intro, and then we get to do the first tier list. All right. What's up, YouTube? Thank you for okay, no, never mind. I don't like the way I said that. I don't like the way I said that. No. Not a one take Andy today. Okay. What's up, YouTube? Welcome to a tier list for the new Yu-Gi-Oh format after the new Forbidden and Limited list. Keep in mind, this is a very first impression that I have of the upcoming format. We're going to discuss some of the decks. If I'm missing some of the decks that you might be interested in playing in the new format, let me know in the comments down below. I'll try to answer as many comments as possible, telling you where I would put that deck in the tier list. And yeah, so take it with a grain of salt, because it's the very beginning of the format, and we don't know exactly what's happening yet. But I still think it's going to be helpful to hear, maybe my opinion on where decks stand in the meta right now. Let us begin by explaining the tiers a little bit, because I feel like I've changed it up a little bit. Tier 0 is decks. Everyone has a different definition of tier 0, but my definition of tier 0 for this tier list is basically when you go to an event, a tier 0 deck is a deck that you pretty much have to play if you're trying to do as best as well as you can, right? If you're trying to play the best deck, if you're trying to be competitive, a tier 0 deck, you basically have to play it, right? I'm not sure if anything is going to end up in that category. Tier 1 is just like the best decks, right? This category here I added because there's a couple of decks you're gonna see. I'm gonna put a lot of decks in here that I just think have the potential to be really good, or maybe not as good as I think, right? And I'm gonna throw a lot of decks in here that could either be a lot higher on the list or a lot lower on the list, depending on how the format plays out. So in this kind of thingy, you're just gonna have to listen to my explanation and see why I think a deck has potential and why it could end up being better than other decks, or why it could end up being lower on the tier list, right? And that's what that tier is for. And then the rest is pretty self-explanatory. We got some solid tier 2 decks that can do well at events, but not the best in the room. Tier 3 Rogue is like decks that are not very good, but could be played. You know, you can do well with it if you have a good day. And then there's decks that I just wouldn't recommend you playing, right? And so let's begin. Altergeist with the new support. I'm hovering between these two. I really don't think the deck is very good. I don't think you get higher than Rogue from it. I don't think the deck is complete ass though, so I'm not going to put it into the don't play it category. I think if you really like Altergeist, or you really like how the new deck plays with the new support, you can like bring it to our locals or regionals and not do completely terribly. I think it's all right. You know, I think it's all right. Branded/branded Chimera, I think, are two different decks. Pure, like just branded, I think is a deck that I'm between tier 2 and tier 1.5 on it. I'm not a huge fan of the deck. I think personally it's probably a tier 2 deck. But for the beginning of the format, I'm just going to throw it in tier 1.5. Maybe we could see it perform. I'm not a huge fan of it. I really am not a huge fan of it. Maybe, okay, no, actually, I've made up my mind. I think Branded is a tier 2 deck because people are going to play a lot of D-Barrier, because purely, spoilers, is still going to be a relevant deck. D-Barrier is going to be here. Ash is going to be a phenomenal card in the upcoming format. We're going to talk about Ash in the Hand Trap tier list, which is probably going to be uploaded a couple days after this one, so stay tuned for that. And most importantly, subscribe to the channel. I keep forgetting to tell you guys this, but if you want to support the channel and you like the content, make sure you're subscribed. Anyways, Ash is going to be a very popular card, and that's not very good for Branded. Also, Branded is never really in a good spot when people expect it, and I think right now Branded is a deck that people expect or are going to expect. So yeah, tier 2 for Branded. Higher potential for Chimera. I'm a big fan of the Chimera cards. I haven't really tested them as much as I would like to, but I do test them quite the potential for the upcoming format. Branded Chimera specifically from a lot of good Unchained players like Pack. I've talked to Pack a little bit, and apparently the Branded Chimera deck is really good against Unchained. Like, it's really good against Unchained apparently, and that alone might make it a very solid pick for the upcoming format. I'm a fan of the Chimera cards, and either Branded Chimera or maybe even something like Chimera Runic, I attest a lot of potential to it. You know, they could end up being a tier 2 option. They could end up not performing as well and maybe drop down to tier 2 next to Branded. Because the deck has, you have to admit it, it has very similar issues to Branded. But I don't know, I like this one a little bit more than Branded. Draco Slayers is a deck that I included. I included it because a Rysart is gone, so that means you'd pretty much... Kashtira is going to drop off heavily in popularity, so you don't really have the zone lock issue at all anymore. But I still don't think this deck is very good. I think a high tier 3 for Draco Slayers is appropriate. I've given this deck the benefit of the doubt in past tier lists. I think I've put it into like tier 2. Maybe it has potential. I've given it the benefit of the doubt like a little bit too often, and it's just never really performed when I did that. So now I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I don't really think it has shown that it can perform as a tier 2 strategy. So I'm just lowering it to tier 3. Dragons. Dragons are in a very weird spot because it's very hard to evaluate what's gonna happen with dragons moving forward. Now, because there's a lot of things that are good for dragons in this upcoming format, and there's also some things that are very bad for dragons in this upcoming format. The elephant in the room, the deck got hit on the ban list. And not small hits, actually. 1 Chaos Space and 1 Magnamut is all you have now. And that is, they took away 4 really good cards from the deck, right? They took away 4 really strong cards from your deck. Consistency is going to struggle a little bit with only 1 Chaos Space, and you're going to hard draw Magnamut a lot less often. So that's the negatives for the deck moving into this format. The positives, the deck was already pretty strong. The deck was already pretty strong going into this format. And one of its by far hardest matchups was Kashtira, because you had to out the Arise Heart or you lose, and you also lost to Shifter, right? So by far, Dragon Link's worst matchup is gone. And the matchups that are left, a lot of them are actually quite favorable, right? Like, the deck is pretty good against Unchained. The deck is also pretty good against other, like, branded variations. The deck is good if Tierlists come back. Dragon Link is going to be very strong. So for that reason, I'm going to throw Dragon Link into the potential category, because I think it still has the potential to be a really good deck, depending on its matchups in the format. And if it's going to be what I expect, I think Dragons is still a top tier contender. So this is where I'm throwing it. I think the deck is still good. You're going to have to maybe play some less cards, because people have been playing crazy numbers. People have been playing 44, 47, 50 cards in Dragon Link. You might have to worry about your consistency a little bit more now and play maybe slightly less. Maybe accept the chance that you're going to draw that Boot Sector launch, which I know it sucks to draw the Boot Sector launch or the Rocket Recharger or the Dragon Ravine. But I think you're going to have to lean a little bit more on consistency now with only 1 Chaos Space. But yeah, the deck is still good, I think. Okay, now we have some decks that I have included in the tier list because just Arise Heart is gone, right? Arise Heart is gone. You can use your graveyard again. What does this mean for Drytron? Does this mean Drytron is back? The answer to that is maybe. I hope not. Like I genuinely, I hate Drytron. You guys know I hate Drytron. I wish I could just tell you that this deck sucked and put it in the don't play it category. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. I still think there's some respect that people are going to have to put on Drytron's name in this upcoming format. I do think Drytron does get like drive-by hit by a lot of cards that I think are going to be very good in this format, right? I think Ash Blossom is going to be in almost everyone's main deck because it looks very solid. Imperm is also going to be very, very popular. Droll and Lockbird, I don't think people are going to main deck Droll and Lockbird, but there is some decks in here where Droll is really strong, and I think Droll is a card that people will end up side decking in the beginning of the format a lot. It's not very good against some top tier threats like Unchained, so I don't think people are going to main deck it, but it's going to be a popular side deck card. The same is true for Bystials, right? Dragon Link is going to main deck Bystials, and almost all other decks are going to side deck Bystials. We're going to talk about that more in the hand trap tier list. Bystials are going to be popular because they're really good against Unchained and some other stuff. So, this means this deck is between, if people play a lot of those cards in their side decks, I think this deck is like tier 3. If maybe some people aren't, then maybe it's a low tier 2. I think it's between those two. I'm gonna, because this is my tier list and because I don't like Drytron, I'm gonna put it high tier 3. A little bit of bias there. Drytron enjoyers are gonna spam the comments with, oh my god, you're underestimating Drytron, as they always do, and then they don't perform. That's how it always goes, right? There's always, under every single tier list, there's at least, I don't know, 5 people that are telling me how freaking much I underestimate Drytron, and then Drytron still ends up not doing anything in the format. So, you know, it's up to you guys to prove me wrong. I don't like Drytron. I don't think Drytron is that great. I'm not gonna play Drytron. Prove me wrong. All right? There you go. Dark World, on the other hand, I think is back in a solid tier 2 position because you have your graveyard again. And let me be honest, Dark World is a very scary deck to face. Like, that deck has some solid power in breaking boards, and even going second, all engine hands for Dark World can still be really, really powerful. And you can build your deck in a really ignorant way if there's no Arise Art in the format. You don't need to worry about outs to Arise Art if you can just ignorant play Dark World into anything. The deck is scary. The deck is powerful. But like I said with Drytron, people are going to be on Droll, in the side deck at least, right? People are going to be on some other hand traps. People might be on Bestials. There's definitely things people can do to interrupt Dark World, but the deck is still scary. The deck is still scary, so I would advise you, even if you're not playing Dark World yourself, think about what kind of cards you can play in your side deck that are good against the meta, but also cover stuff like Dark World, right? That's where a card like Bestials really shine, is they're good against some meta decks, but they also help you cover those really scary tier 2 decks, right? Like Dark World, Drytron, like tier 2 or lower decks, right? That's where it's at, right? But Dark World, if people sleep on it, if people don't properly prepare for it, that deck could shine. That deck could top like YCSs and stuff if it catches people off guard, for sure. The deck's scary. Eldritch. I've previously always put Eldritch into don't play it category, because if you want to play a trap deck, play Labyrinth. I still think that's true. If you want to play a trap deck, play Labyrinth. But the deck is still not worse than these other decks in tier 3. So I guess I was being a little bit unfair towards Eldritch when I did that, I guess. But, you know, I personally don't think you should play Eldritch, but the deck is... it's floodgate.deck, right? It's floodgate.deck. So there's that. Heroes. Heroes is probably one of the most requested decks whenever I've made these tier lists. I didn't include Heroes because I never thought it was that relevant, but I don't think it sucks. I actually don't think it sucks. Like, I genuinely think it's better than most of the other decks, or all of the other decks we have in tier 3 right now. Like, I would always rather play Heroes than all of these other decks, I think. So based on that, I guess it deserves this spot. I will say Hero has one big issue, and that is I think it's pretty bad against Nib, and Nib is going to be a card this format. Like, Nib is a solid card against a lot of decks in the format right now. People are going to at least side deck Nib, so that's a problem for Heroes. But other than that, the deck is playable, right? If you really enjoy Heroes, and that's the one reason. Like, you need a special reason to play these tier 3 or rogue decks, right? You need to really love the archetype, or it needs to be budget, or it just really needs to be your thing, right? And if Hero is your thing, you can play it. It's not unplayable. Exo Sister. As much as I have changed my view on Exo Sister a little bit in the past, right? Because we brought it to Master Duel Worlds and it actually performed decently well. In this upcoming format, I'm not sure how good it is. Maybe it's very low tier 2. Maybe I'm really doing it like... It's just like... I don't really see a reason to play Exo Sister over other decks. Because it's really just... If you really want to play a shifter deck, I do think Flu is a better deck than Exo Sister. I'll put it in the... I think it's going to be the highest deck I'm putting into the tier 3. I think it's going to be the best out of the tier 3 decks, is where I'm going to put it. Steven Santoli is probably, cursing you bad right now, but I don't know. I don't see a reason to really play Exo Sister. But it's not terrible. It's probably the best out of the tier 3 decks. Flu, on the other hand, is not bad, surprisingly. Shifter is looking strong in this upcoming format. And that's also what Exo Sister's got going for it. Maybe no. Flu goes here. Flu goes in tier 2. Let me tell you why I put Flu in tier 2, even though it just won a YCS. Flu just won a YCS, and I'm still not putting it higher than tier 2. Because I simply think, and this is very repetitive, it's very repetitive, but Flu is just a deck that I think has major consistency issues. I'll say this much. If Unchained becomes the most played deck by far, then the deck is here, because it has a very good Unchained matchup. It has a very good Unchained matchup. If Unchained is super popular, you get a tier 1.5 out of me. You get that out of me, and right now it's looking like it. It's looking like Unchained is going to be a very, very big thing in the upcoming format. Fine. I still think this deck is not very good to join a very big tournament with because it has consistency issues. Like, most of the time, if you make top cut with this deck, at some point you will probably break, right? And there are ways to prepare for this deck, right? If this deck is actually popular, there is great ways to prepare for Flunder. Tikaboo, Zombie Worlds, right? Remember Tierlist format, Tierlist Ishizu format, where Flu was actually a consideration in people's deck building. People would play Zombie Worlds left and right. And if people do that again, you're going to have trouble. So I don't think this is a very good choice. But, okay, tier 1.5 / potential. Fine. Adignister. Let's put all the... Okay, let's get all the Cybers piles out of the way. And no, Salamangrade is not a Cybers pile. We'll talk about Salamangrade later. That's a different deck. I think Adignister is the first deck I'm going to put into the don't category. Simply because Purely is a thing. And Purely has a Towers monster in X Purely Noir. So every single deck, take this as advice for the upcoming format. If you're playing any deck in the upcoming format should have a plan to out a Towers monster like X Purely Noir. Every deck should have that. You should have some way to tribute your opponent's monsters. Maybe you have Thrust into Herald of the Abyss. Whatever. Some way to out it, right? You need it. You need some way to out it. Goddess in your extra deck. Whatever. And if decks have that, it's just very bad to play Adignister, right? And I'm not going to get into like the freaking Frankenstein abominations of like playing Adignister with Mathmech Circular in it and shit like that. I don't want to deal with that mentally. I'm not in the place right now to think about that kind of stuff. When I think of Adignister, I just think of the Towers deck. Don't do that, all right? Don't do that. The other thing, also don't do that, right? Just don't do it in general, but like, you know, specifically this one, don't do that. Marin says could be okay, right? Marin says solid one-card combo deck, can fit a lot of hand traps. I don't hate it, honestly, if hand traps are fine in this upcoming format, which I see no reason why hand traps wouldn't be okay right now. Like, the decks that are in this upcoming format, most of them, hand traps are pretty solid, right? Like, you know, you got your Ashes that are very solid overall, your Imperms, Nib seems playable, Veiler seems alright. We're going to talk about hand traps. And Marin says gets to play all of them and do solid one-card combos with it. It's an alright deck. I don't think it's crazy good, but it's playable. Mathmech, about the same. I don't like it. You guys know I hate Mathmech, but like genuinely, when I make a tier list like this one, I try to be I try to distance myself from the fact that I just don't like how a deck plays. Like Flu. I hate Flu as well, but I can see why it would be good. Mathmech, I hate Mathmech, and I don't really see why it would be particularly strong in this upcoming format. I don't see it. I don't see what it would do better than other decks, right? I don't think it's particularly consistent. I don't think it's the best deck if you want to play a hand trap pile. I don't think it does very well into the things that people are going to use, right? Like, people are going to use hand traps that stop you from finding Circular. People will play Bystials in their side decks. The deck is not particularly good against Droll and Lockbird. I don't see a benefit of playing Mathmech other than being a psychopath, basically. Okay. All right. Let's get into another category of decks, which are the decks that just go first and try to pretty much win the game on the first turn. The three biggest offenders in the current format of that, or four, I guess. There's another one. I can spot another one. The four biggest offenders of that are probably Infernoble, Mannadium, the Synchron deck, and Plants. I think those decks, in general are gonna be in a middle tier position in this upcoming format. Like I said, I'm repeating myself a little bit, but it is relevant once again. I think people are gonna play a decent amount of hand traps, and if they're not main decking a lot of hand traps, they're gonna side deck a decent amount of hand traps, because people will respect Infernoble and Mannadium at the very minimum, because those two decks have been popular, right? They have not been like the most played decks, but if you go to a YCS, you definitely expect to see Mannadium or Infernoble, right? Or regionals. Like the decks have been played a decent amount in the previous format, and I think that's going to carry over, right? And that's going to force people to play some amount of hand traps, which then in return is going to make these decks perform not as good. I still think that Infernoble and Mannadium are respectable tier 2 strategies, right? Like, Mannadium is, I think, the better one of the two because it's got the counter trap. Infernoble also got some stuff going for it. I think both of those decks are all right moving forward. I don't think they are part of the best deck in the format squad, but they're all right. They are all right. The Synchron combo deck, I thought it was better when I first looked at it, but it just didn't perform at all. I think it's just a tier 3 strategy at this point. Yeah. Rika, pretty much the same. Honestly, pretty much the same. Rika, middle of tier 2. I don't think it does anything particularly well or better than these other. In my mind, and this is, once again, take it with a grain of salt, because I'm not the biggest fan of these types of decks, so I tend to not spend hours and hours and hours in testing. So for me, most of my experience comes from playing against these decks, right? And for me, playing against Mannadium, playing against Rika, and playing against Infernoble, it feels almost the same. Maybe I'm the only one, but to me, these decks almost feel like the same thing with different artworks. Like, I just feel like whenever I'm playing against those decks, it's just about what kind of hand traps do I open? Are those good enough, right? They feel very, very similar. And in power level, they also feel kind of similar, right? So that's why I'm putting them very close to each other in this tier list, right? And it's always been like, my experience against these decks has always been like, if I've opened 2 hand traps, I've always won against them pretty much. Sometimes even 1 hand trap was enough. And I think these decks can only really shine. They can only really shine if people don't play hand traps. But I don't think that's the time for it. So I think they're like in the middle of tier 2 somewhere. They are to be respected, but if you respect them, you're gonna do okay against them. Yeah. Kashtira. Unpopular opinion, probably. I don't think Kashtira is completely dead. I think Kashtira cards are still incredibly powerful, even without a Rise Art. Fenrir, Unicorn, Birth, Theosis, all those cards are pretty much custom cards for an archetype. Like, the archetype still has very strong disruption. I don't think the deck is top tier. Definitely not. It's at Master Duel power level. Okay, how did you think it was a good idea to come into this chat and type that Kashtira right now is at Master Duel power level? How do you think that's an appropriate thing to say, completely disregarding the field spell and Theosis? Like, how did you think that was even close to, like, appropriate? Dude, don't you see how those 2 cards make a huge difference? Freaking Theosis and the field spell are insanely strong cards. I'm not sitting here telling you it's a good deck and you should play it, right? But the deck still has some stuff going for it. It still gets to play Shifter. It still is incredibly, like, it has... Unicorn is a good disruption. Fenrir is a good disruption. Birth is annoying for some decks. The field spell is incredibly powerful. I think the deck is something to be experimented with. I'm gonna put it into tier 3, but I wanna say I think this deck could be better than that. I think it could be better than that. I would not be super surprised if someone just whipped out the Shifter Kashtira pile and did okay with it. Like, I think that could be something. On another note, we're going to talk about tier elements in a bit, but I still think Kashtira still has a lot of synergy with that as well. right? Like with you can play Kashtira Tearlament hybrid, but yeah, honestly, actually, I lied. I think this is better than Exosister even. If I want to play a shifter deck, I think I'd rather play. I don't know, but they're like kind of the same thing now. No, I think a lot of people are not gonna try Kashtira, which is why it might not perform in the beginning. But I think the deck is better than people think. I think Kashtira is better than what people think, and maybe it's not dead. Labyrinth. Labyrinth is weird. Labyrinth is weird because it keeps being completely ignored on the ban lists. People keep saying Labyrinth is a good deck, and I keep saying Labyrinth is a good deck, and it just keeps underperforming a lot of the time. It's very weird. And once again, chat, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna put it in tier 1 because I simply don't see how it can be a bad deck. It's a good deck for sure. It has to be. The problem with that is simply, I guess, no. Okay, no. I'm thinking about it more. Okay, people are gonna prepare for Labyrinth. People are gonna have, if you build a side deck for this upcoming format, you need to have something for Labyrinth in there, right? There has to be something, which is not very good for Lab, right? And then Unchained is also a very tough matchup. Okay, I've convinced myself into throwing it here. I'm going to throw it here. It's definitely part of the meta. It's strong. As soon as people stop respecting it, it's going to get tops, maybe even wins. Yeah, deck is all right. I'm just wondering why the tier 1 slot is so empty, but it's like there's so much uncertainty with some of these decks that I'm throwing in here. But okay. Mikanko, I don't want to talk too long about Mikanko. I don't think the deck is that strong. I don't think the deck is terrible. I think if you just enjoy that kind of deck, go ahead. But yeah, I don't think it's that great. It's a budget option for sure. However, I think if you play something like Blind Second Mikanko, you still want to have Thrust, so it's not that budget if you play the optimal version, but yeah. Naturia Runic, as much as it pains me to say it, don't play this deck. Don't play this deck. I've played this deck so much in Master Duel, even brought it to Master Duel Worlds. I love this deck, but one Sacred Tree kills this. It's dead. It's not playable. One tree is not manageable. The grind game is gone. The good discard is not in your hand. You just don't. Everything that makes this deck good is the grind game that it had, and it just doesn't have it. It just does not have the grind game without the Sacred Tree. It's not there. Don't play this deck. Plunder Runic. Plunder Runic is, I think, a respectable tier 3 strategy. I don't hate this deck, actually. I think it's quite interesting. I think it's solid. I don't think it's the best version of Runix, which is why I'm putting it into tier 3. But, yeah. Yeah. All right. And now we're getting into some actual very good deck territory. Purely is a tier 1 deck. Purely is a tier 1 deck. The deck is very, very strong. I think Purely is a very good deck. The matchups are very balanced across the board. That's one thing I really like about Purely. It's like it doesn't have that one matchup it just can't beat, in my opinion. Like there's just no deck where you face it and you can't beat it with Purely, and that's a very, very big advantage when choosing a deck for a format that's looking to be quite diverse. Right? The format is looking to be quite diverse moving forward, and having a deck that is just like a solid piece that is going to do okay against everything is very valuable if you're looking for consistency. And Purely does that. It's kind of like what Kashtira did in the past, like in the past formats. It was kind of like that all-rounder deck that can be against that can be okay against a lot of matchups. So Purely is good. I like Purely. People are going to prepare for Purely. That is something you need to keep in mind, though, is like people will have outs for Noir in their decks. People will play D-Barrier in their side decks because it covers, this deck and the branded decks very well. So it's gonna have its problems. It's not a tier 0 deck. It's very far from it. You don't have to play purely if you don't want to. Like the deck is good, but it's not oppressive or anything. But yeah, it's very solid. I like purely moving forward a lot. It's very good. Rescue Ace is another deck that I also I think it's good. I think Rescue Ace is solid. I think it's between here and there, but I think it's just I think it's something to look forward to. The deck has not been crazy successful in this current format before the ban list, but I think that's just because it wasn't represented that much. Like a lot of people that played Rescue Ace did well with it, right? We just saw Max Reynolds get second place at YCS Cancun with it. We saw Quantal get top cut at the YCS the previous week. The deck is reading good right now. No, if you enjoy this deck, I think it's good moving forward. I don't think it's the best out of the tier 1 decks, but I think it's up there. It's definitely solid. Another instance of I don't think the Rescue Ace deck has absolutely terrible matchups. I think it's okay. I think it's all right across the board. So I'm a fan of Rescue Ace. Runic Stun is a tier 3 strategy. Period. That deck's not that great. You have one particular problem with stun decks right now. You have one particular problem, and that is that stun decks, floodgate decks, are not very good in super diverse formats because you are, as weird as it sounds, not every floodgate is good against every deck, right? Like you sit there, you play Tikaboo, and it's really good against some decks, but not good against others. You play Gozen Match, it's good against some decks, but really bad against others, so on and so forth. It's really hard to find a floodgate that just beats every deck when you have this many viable decks, right? Plus, people are going to be on a lot of back row hate, because back row removal is just solid in this upcoming format, right? You got Labyrinth in the format. You got some other, like Runic is going to be there again. We'll talk about other Runic versions in a bit. People are going to respect this. People are going to respect back row and floodgates, and that's going to be a problem for these decks. So there you go. I wouldn't recommend you to play Runic Stun. I don't think it's dead. I'm not telling you to, like, that's why I'm not putting it into the lowest category. You can still snag some wins. You can still top tournaments with it if you have a good day, if you get the right matchups. But I still wouldn't recommend you to play Runic Stun. There's a Gazelle down here. And I'm very happy that there is a Gazelle down here in this tier list. We have 3 Gazelles again. So, Salamangreat, huh? Salamangreat just got new support, and Gazelle got back to 3. And I will preface this by saying one thing. I played Salamangreat a couple weeks ago at locals. The report of that is on YouTube as well. You can check it out if you want. And I said in that video, I said I enjoyed the deck a lot, but it didn't feel like a top tier deck. And there's 2 things that need to happen for me to consider this deck again. The first thing was a Rysart needed to be banned, and Gazelle needed to go to 3. 2 weeks later, both of those things happened. So, okay, I will admit, I am on a massive amount of copium right now, and Salamangreat is on the list of decks that I want to try for YCS Dortmund. It is on there. Because I really do like the way this deck plays. It's a very strong, I think it's a strong mid-range deck. Its end board, let's face it, its end boards are not the strongest. It only sets up basically Salamangreat traps like Rage and Roar, which is solid, but not too much, right? You're gonna, it kind of reminds me of Unchained in some ways, because the Unchained end board is also not super oppressive. Like a lot of decks will be able to play into it. And have a good game, but Unchained also has insane follow-up. Salamangreat also has insane follow-up. The deck has its problems, right? It's a very fair deck. It's considered a very fair deck for a reason, and so on and so forth. But I'm just, you guys know I'm a huge fan of like these mid-range kind of strategies. I'm gonna put Salamangreat in here. I think it has the potential to be a good deck in the upcoming format. Maybe I'm just on massive copium. The deck has problems with Nibiru, but I think that's pretty much the only problem you really have in the current format. It's like, I think with 3 Gazelle, you're gonna do okay into hand traps in general. Like you're probably gonna be fine. I don't know. I like the deck. I like Salamangreat. I genuinely enjoyed it when I brought it to locals, and I genuinely felt like it was close to being playable. And the deck got a lot better with 3 Gazelles. So let me cope on it. Let me cope on it. And if you are coping on it as well, just know that you're not alone. Just know that you're not alone. Scareclaw is tier 3. The deck is not awful. I actually played against Scareclaw, like Adventure Scareclaw at German Nationals, and I almost lost to it. Like the freaking Twin Saw trap card that they have that prevents you from summoning, what is it? Link 3 or higher or some shit. Like that card is scary for some decks. Or no, what does it prevent you from doing? I forgot. The Twin Saw, I know the Twin Saw graveyard effect is annoying. I think this deck is not bad. Link 3 or lower. Link 3 or lower, okay. Anyways, this deck I think is not bad. I don't think it's better than other combo decks like Manadium, but it has, if you enjoy it, you can play it, I think. Sky Striker, on the other hand, unironically, Sky Striker, look, I love Sky Striker. I genuinely love Sky Striker. I like that deck a lot. I think the playstyle it wants you to do is really cool because it's like slow, grindy games. But I've played so often to play. I tried so often to play Sky Striker in Master Duel, whatever. Like it just doesn't work, dude. It's 2023. It's 2023, and your deck's goal is to play way too many turns with way too little follow-up. Like the thing is, in 2019, Sky Striker's follow-up was actually insane. It was like not compared, like no other deck in the format had Sky Striker's grind game. Nowadays, it feels like every deck they make has that grind game, right? But more explosive turns, right? It's like every deck here has more explosive turns than Sky Striker, but also good grind game on some of them. And Sky Striker just doesn't cut it anymore in 2023. It really doesn't. Okay. Let's get some other big hitters in here. Sprite. Sprite variations. We have 3 of them that I think are worth talking about. The first one is Pure Sprite. Deck is probably somewhere here. I think there is definitely some stuff you can do with Sprite. This includes stuff like the Blind Second Sprite, stuff like Melfi's Sprite. You know, like I'm sure Ding Kang Fam is gonna come up with some version to still make Sprite work. I think the deck can work. The deck will probably work. I don't think it's as good as a lot of other decks on here. Like I think it's. I don't consider it. I don't consider it a tier 1 deck. I really don't. But it has potential. We will see some Sprite decks in tournaments. We will see some Sprite decks top here and there. I think it's all right. Sprite runic versions, in my opinion. Now, you know that it's going to be a shocker. I think they're good again. I think they could be good again. I think they look okay. I don't think they look tier 1. I'm not going to put them in tier 1. I'm not on that much copium, but I do think both of these decks. I think both of these decks. Wait, where did I put it? Both of these decks are good moving forward. I think it's also on my list to try these again for YCS Dortmund. I think they match up okay against most of the stuff here. You need to worry about having an out for a Towers monster. That's about it. Everything else you can beat. They got strong grind game. They're all right. Board breakers are looking like they're going to be good in the upcoming format as well. So you can do that. You can play like a couple high impact board breakers. You're going to have trouble. You're going to have trouble, and that is important to note, against almost all of the tier 2 decks right here. Right? Literally all of these tier 2 decks are a problem for higher runic sprite or Lifetime runic sprite, because you simply don't have room for many hand traps. So you can be Like you can lose to Mannadium very easily, Dark World, Rika, Infernoble. Those kind of decks are a big problem for Runic Furhire and Runic Life-Twin Sprite, and this is the reason why I'm not putting them higher. Right? That's why I'm not putting them higher, because I think you are facing some of those decks in tournaments. Like, you're definitely going to. And that's an issue, right? The other matchup, the decks that I like, the thing about the Runic decks is I think they are good against some of the decks that I consider to be really good, right? Like against a lot of top tier decks, I think Runic decks are okay. But against a lot of the rogue stuff, you have problems. And you are still facing a lot of the rogue stuff in tournaments. And that's why I'm putting them into kind of this middle tier. I think it's possible to make a meta call with these, and if you think no one is going to play those decks, then you're going to be fine. Sword Soul. I wouldn't recommend you to play Sword Soul. I don't think it's complete terrible. Don't say tier 0. No, I really don't see a reason to play Sword Soul. Like, people are gonna have D barrier for branded and purely, and that just drive-by kills you completely. I don't think Sword Soul is very good in this upcoming format. I've kind of like, if you've noticed, if you've seen previous tier lists, you guys know I very often liked to put a lot of decks into tier 2. But I wasn't really happy with, like, I don't feel comfortable putting Sword Soul in the same tier as like Branded or Mannadium. It does not feel the same power. So I added more categories to further differentiate, and I think it belongs into this. Like, it's much more comparable to these decks in here than to these decks up here. Like, these decks are significantly better. It doesn't feel better or comparable to those decks. All right. This is the talk of the town now. Let's get into the real business. Tierliments. Thank you, Tierliments Strongest. Are Tierliments back? Are Tierliments back? I think Tierliments are potentially back. The deck is not bad. There's a lot of that. One thing I love about Tierliments, one thing I absolutely love about Tierliments is how like customizable the deck is, right? There's so many decisions to be made when building a Tierliment deck. You can pair it with Cash Tira cards for like for some extra oomph, and you can pair it with Revolution Synchron for some nice synchro plays with like Ancient Fairy Dragon, you know, Wraith Soth. Then Ancient Fairy searches Pearl Rhino and stuff like that. You know, you get a Crystal Wing out of it. Yeah, we don't have Chaos Ruler, but Crystal Wing is still pretty powerful. So on and so forth. There's like a bunch of ways you can play this deck, which I think is cool. There's some experimentation to be done with it. I'm throwing it into the experimental category, the tier 1.5. I think there is potential with Tierliments because Arisart is gone, finally, right? You got versions with Shaddoll Schism, you got versions with Mali and Garura to make Beatrice. There's so much you can do with Tierliments that I just think someone is gonna cook up some version that's gonna work for a tournament, and it's fine. Magnamud went to 1. That's good for the deck. It's on my list for decks to try for YCS Dortmund. You know, there's not that much time, but I am going to try some Tierliments. Yeah, I keep note that if Tierliments becomes a thing, and other decks with light and darks in the graveyard, people will still play Bestial, right? Definitely. But we'll see how it goes, honestly. I'm excited. This is the most exciting part. Honestly, the reason that I'm putting so many decks in the potential category is honestly, I'm just excited to try all of these decks, or not all of these. I'm not going to try Flunder, but like to try how the format pans out without a Rysard. Because there's so many decks in here that you just didn't play because of a Rysard, Tierliments being one of them. And I'm excited to see how it performs. I think it can. And that's honestly the best part about this format, is that there's so many decks. Like, there's a little bit of uncertainty here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think that makes it exciting because like there's so many things that could happen. Trap Tricks. rogue deck. Traptrix is a rogue deck. Not terrible, but not good, not very good either. All right. We've saved the best for last. Unchained. Let me say a few things about Unchained. Because we've kind of talked about it a little bit on stream earlier when we looked at the results from YCS Cancun, where Unchained was once again a very, very highly represented deck. A lot of Unchained topped. For YCS Cancun, it was only the second most represented deck in top 32, but only by one. For the other YCSs, it was, I'm pretty sure for the two YCSs before that, it was either the most represented in top cut or very close. So you might think that Kashtira was the best deck and Unchained was a very close second, arguably even better. And now that Kashtira is gone, Unchained just is that undisputed best deck of the format. That's like what the results would suggest. And honestly, that might just be it. That could just be it. It could just be the best deck because the deck is very strong, and it's also a deck that I think it has a really good. I'm just a big fan of mid-range decks like that. Like Unchained is a very solid deck. It makes solid boards. It has solid follow-up. It has solid room for non-engine. A lot of room for skill expression as well. I don't think it's a super easy deck to pilot. Overall, just a very all-rounder package that I'm a big fan of. I enjoy all of these things in a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. So I think there's a lot of potential in Unchained. Let me just say why it might not do as well as people might expect. And I'm not saying it will do that. I'm saying it could. Because it's not always as simple as, oh, this was the second best deck. The best deck is gone, so now this just moves up one slot, right? Because I predict that with Kashtira kind of phasing out of the metagame, I think the entire environment of the format is going to change, right? People have played a lot of cards because of Kashtira or because of other decks that benefited Unchained, right? Like Unchained had a great time against a card like Droll and Lockbird, which people only really played because they respected Mannadium and so on, and also a little bit of Kashtira and Dragon Link. And the usage of Droll and Lockbird has already gone down a lot, right? People played a lot of books, which books are okay against Unchained, but they're not particularly strong. There's better cards against Unchained than books. And Unchained just kind of went right into that niche of like, it was a good deck, but it was also very good against the decks and tech cards that people played because of the format we were in. And the format changes now, right? And so we already saw this at YCS Cancun, right? YCS Cancun already saw Fluanderies winning because it has a very good Unchained matchup. So the format is going to develop, right? It's not as simple as just play Unchained and win every tournament. There's going to be development and movement in the format and deck choices and tech choices that people make to account for Unchained, and that might leave it a little bit lower down the list, right? Sometimes it's better to play what people don't expect to be the most played deck, because let me tell you, for YCS Dortmund, everyone is going to expect Unchained to be the most played deck. And maybe it will be, and maybe it will be the best deck, and maybe it will still win. Possible. Absolutely possible. But I just want to say, take it with a grain of salt. Unchained was kind of like a deck that took the format by storm because of the surprise factor as well, I think. And the surprise factor is now definitely gone. So we'll see how that affects its performance. We'll see how that affects its performance. All right. Vanquish Soul. Vanquish Soul is a deck that I personally love. I think that deck is super based, but I also don't think the deck is very good. I think it's somewhere in tier 3 rather. I like Vanquish Soul. I really like Vanquish Soul. I love it, but I'm disappointed by it the last couple months since its release. It just hasn't done anything. It hasn't done, like, it has done something. That's not fair. It's topped Worlds. It's topped some YCSs with other engines like Super Heavy Samurai Vanquish Soul. It's alright, but a lot of other decks have done this too, right? Sword Soul has topped Worlds, Sword Soul has topped YCSs, Exo Sister has topped, Plunder has topped. Like, it's kind of the same page as all these other decks, so that's that. Alright, I think this was a long video, but I had a lot to say about a lot of different decks. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, if you enjoyed the content, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and let me know down below what you think of the tier list. And if there's any decks that I've missed, I'll try to tell you what I think about them in the comments down below. Let me just preface this. I think this is looking like a very exciting format. We have no clear tier 0 decks, nothing that will dominate completely. A lot of tier 1 decks that are looking very solid. A lot of tier 1.5 decks that are looking like they have some potential to be experimented with. I'm looking forward to it. I think YCS Dortmund's going to be very exciting. Let me know what you think of that in the comments down below, and hope you have a great day. Thank you for watching, and yeah, bye-bye. Bye, YouTube. Goodbye. Tox Tank, thank you so much for the Prime right now. Fossilworth, thank you for the 11 months during the... I didn't want to thank subs during the tier list, but thank you so much. All right. Did you forbid yourself from using DB on stream again or not? No, I don't mind using it. I just don't think it's very enjoyable. Like I don't love DB as a way of doing content. Basically, I prefer a lot of other ways to do content. That's the only thing. Okay. If you're in chat right now and you missed any of the explanations, it's gonna be on YouTube this week. Right? It's gonna be in like 2 days or 3 days maybe. So you didn't miss. You can catch up with it in just a little bit. It's gonna be there on time. All right. I need to go to the toilet really quick. I'll be right back, and then we will continue talking about other stuff like hand traps and board breakers and stuff like that. So don't go anywhere. Yeah, don't go anywhere, and I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Can we please add this emote? Why? Why do you want this emote? What do you want to do with this emote? Hold up. Okay, you can now have it. You should now have it, I think. I pressed it. Does it work? Because it doesn't work for my thingy. Okay, fine. Refresh your thing. So the thing is, if I do this, I have to do it here, I think. Properties. Refresh. Now try it. Now try it. Now it should work. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right. Let us simply. I think we just move on. I think we just become content creation machines today. I think we just move on to the next one. Why not? Why not just move on to the next one? Talk about hand traps. Talk about hand traps, shall we? Any ideas for salad builds? I mean, I haven't started building new decks for the format yet. No, I think that's something I wanted to do today is like doing first builds that I would start testing with for like some of the decks I'm interested in. That's something we can maybe do later, yeah. What about Blackwing's post-update? It's just as good as before the update. Is what I'll say about that. Make of that what you will. Okay. Let's just hop right in, shall we? Let's just hop right in. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back to another tier list discussion for the upcoming format. This time we are talking about hand traps. Now, once again, this is a very early look at hand traps in the upcoming format, and it's roughly based on the format tier list that I already did. So if you haven't seen that video, you might want to check that out before, because I'm going to be referencing that format that we're talking about. You know, that's the format I'm expecting. And so how do hand traps perform into that format, right? And so we're going to talk about a couple of different hand traps. If I missed any hand traps, as always, you are free to ask me in the comments down below, but please don't ask me about Kurikara, all right? People always ask me about Kurikara. That card is not a hand trap. Please don't ask me how I like Kurikara under the hand trap tier list. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so once again, take it with a grain of salt. It's just my first impression, you know, but if you're preparing for tournaments right now in the upcoming format, you might want to think about some of these hand traps. So let's hop right in and begin with what I believe to be one of the best, if not the best hand trap in the upcoming format, actually. This is just sorted by random, but like Ash just happens to be the first one. And I think Ash is exceptionally strong. I think Ash is very strong against Unchained. I think Ash is solid against Purely. Not insane against Purely, but it's okay. And also can be okay against, I mean, it's branded. It's Ash, right? It kills branded, and it's just solid against everything else. But also, I think Unchained is one of the big things for it. Like, it's good against Unchained. It's good against Lab too. It's just a very good card in the upcoming format. And it also lost one of its biggest issues, which is Ash was not very good against Kashtira. It actually wasn't. Like, Kashtira would, like, they would summon Unicorn, and if you ashed it, or if you ashed Theosis, they would still get to look at your extra deck, and you had to pray they didn't have an extender. And most of the time the deck just had an extender to play through Ashe anyways. So Ashe is just very good moving forward, I think. Not much to say about it. Oh, also, just quickly, I changed the categories for this. Let me know what you think of the categories, but I decided to go for a more, like, I think this explains it very well. We have cards that are strong plus have good coverage. Those are cards that you can definitely main deck because they are very good overall and they hit a lot of different decks. That's what I mean by coverage, right? They hit a lot of different decks, so you can easily main deck them. And then I have cards that are strong and situational. Situational meaning that, like, they are not good in all scenarios, right? And this is the category where you're kind of required to use your own brain a little bit, a little bit of brain power you need to put into it, because a card like Shifter, for example, is going to end up in this category because you can't play it in every single deck, right? Some decks can't use it, or it's other cards that are only good against some decks. You can only really side deck them, right? Like because they're just not, they don't have the coverage to be main decked, right? And that's kind of what I mean. So I have like very strong cards plus very good coverage are cards that you can definitely main deck. Very strong plus situational are either only good in some decks or only good against some decks. So you might only want to side deck them, or you can only play it in some decks. That's up to you. You have to listen to the explanation for that. And then we have solid plus good coverage. This is cards that are just like, you can main deck them because they do something in most matchups, right? But they are not as strong as the ones up here. Solid plus situational are like cards that are solid in some matchups or solid in some decks. You might want to side deck these, but there might be better options. And then cards that are not even solid or not good enough, like they're just bad, right? If your card is not at least solid but situational, then why would you play it, right? And so that's the categories. Let me know what you think of these categories. I think they make a lot of sense for this. I think we finally reached a point for these tier lists where we can keep this template and not change the categories every time. I think this is good. Anyways. Bell is also strong but situational. In the case of Bell, it's just like really good against lab, strong against branded variations. That's really about it though, right? Maybe it covers some other stuff like random like math mech piles or whatever the card is good against. I think the matchups where Bell is good, it actually is really good. It can do something against Tierlists, that's true. Yeah, I don't think it has the coverage to be main decked. I wouldn't recommend main decking Bell, but the card is okay. It can be used in certain decks to also counter Bystials if that's something you really care about. But yeah, it hits Unchained quite hard. I think it's I'm not sure if it's that good against Unchained. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there's better options against Unchained, but it's not dead against Unchained. Yeah. Bystials, I'm gonna put at the very top of strong plus situational. We've talked about this in the deck tier list already. I think Bystials are in a very strong spot in the upcoming format. However, I don't know if any deck that isn't Dragon Link wants to main deck Bystials, right? Because as powerful as Bystials can be, they don't have the matchup spread. Like, they don't hit every deck equally, right? They are pretty solid against Unchained. They're good against some other stuff, but like, for example, Purely or Flu or Rescue Ace, they don't hit those decks at all. So I don't think you want to main deck Bystials, but they're a strong side deck option against Unchained, Tierlists, Dark World, Drytron, Mathmech, a lot of tier 2, tier 3 strategies, loose branded. There's a lot of examples where Bystials are very good. Specifically, Druisworm. I think the package that you're gonna want to use is three Druisworm, 1 Magna. If you have the room in the side deck, I think any deck that can play Bystials wants to play that, right? 1 Magna, 3 Druids. You have 4 really good hand traps against the light and dark decks. Very good. On the same note, I think Crow. Crow, I think, is surprisingly flexible in this upcoming format. Like, Crow is just okay. The one thing that Crow does that Bystials cannot do is it hits Pearly, and it hits the Unchained deck in a very interesting way because you can banish the blue dog. So I think Crow, as opposed to Bystials, is actually very solid and has the coverage, because some decks don't lose to Bystials, but they can lose to Crow because the stuff that they have in the graveyard is spell cards or just not light or darks, right? Like the Unchained Souls are like the one is water. It hits Salamangreat, for example, right? If you want to respect that in your deck building. I think Crow has better coverage than Bystials. But of course, getting the 2,500 body plus bonus effect is more impactful. So I think Bystials are stronger but more situational. But Crow is still a solid option. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. I think it can be played, because there is a couple of decks that I can see really suffering from Crow, from Cherries. Like, I think Unchained is gonna be annoyed for sure if you banish Yama. I think Purely without X Purely Noir could be an issue. The problem with this card is, the reason why it's situational is it only works in some matchups, and the even more situational part is your deck needs to have extra deck space, which a lot of decks don't have, right? Like, I don't think Unchained has a ton of extra deck space to spare. I don't think Purely has extra deck space to spare. There's Branded doesn't really have it. Like, there's a lot of decks that don't have it. But decks like Flu, maybe Rescue Ace, those kind of decks could spare a couple spots in the extra deck to play Cherries. So I think the card is solid but very situational. Only some decks can use it. But if you can think about it, right? If your deck can run Cherries, you might want to consider it. You might want to consider the card. It's not terrible. Droll and Lockbird is a card that I think is strong but situational. Basically, on Droll and Lockbird, I'm just going to give you very, very simple advice. Do not main deck Droll and Lockbird, because it is not very good against a lot of the top tier decks. But Droll and Lockbird is probably the best fail-safe in your side deck, right? If you are scared at any point of some ignorant combo decks, like Dark World, like Mannadium, like whatever, right? If you're scared of those type of decks, Droll and Lockbird is probably the best way to feel safe, right? And that's why I think it's going to be a very, very popular side deck card in the upcoming format. It covers a lot of stuff. It also randomly hits stuff like Flu and Dragon Link sometimes, right? So you can like drive by hit some of the actual meta decks, but you just feel so much safer against the tier 2/rogue decks, right? And so I recommend you consider Droll for your side decks for sure. I don't recommend main decking it, because it just doesn't have the coverage against the top tier decks. Phantasme. I am very happy to announce that Phantasme appears to be back in the format. This card is very good against Unchained, because Unchained always link summons if they don't brick, and it stops the Unchained like the targeting link effect, right? Because they want to link with your stuff that targets. I think Phantasme is a good option in some decks, right? And there's a lot of decks that link summon, but there's also a lot of decks that don't link summon. So once again, never main deck Phantasme. Don't. You're going to have a tough time against a lot of decks. But you can side deck it. Maybe it's not as impactful. As much as it pains me to say, but I don't think Phantasme overall it's a strong card in some matchup. I like Phantasme. Let's put it up here. Unchained. Actually, let me look at the tier list. Okay. Unchained, Dragon Link, possibly Runic Sprite variations. Tierliments might link summon. Salamangreat will link summon. Against those decks, it's a good card. I like Phantasme moving forward. The problem with Phantasme is going to be that I don't think Phantasme is going to be a high priority in deck building. Like, you're always going to try and play other more impactful cards first, and then if you have room left and you want something that's kind of good in a lot of matchups, you want Phantasme. With that reasoning, I think I'll put it here. I don't think it's your highest priority when you build your side deck, but it's solid. It's a solid option to consider. Gamma is, I think, a bad card now because you only get one Gamma, one driver. That's just a bad deal. There's only very, very, very few exceptions to this. And that's why overall I think it's a bad card. Like I don't think you should play Gamma unless you have super, super specific reasons for it. Like for example, Labyrinth can play it because Labyrinth, like Gamma is super good in Labyrinth even when it goes first, and you can discard the driver for your furniture. In that case, you can play it, but that is so niche that I don't even consider. That's not even situational. That's freaking like, that's super, super niche. So as always, this is only like a guideline. There is exceptions to this. There's like when I say Gamma is a bad card, there is exceptions. There could still be a reason for you to play Gamma, but I would not recommend playing one Gamma, one driver. Chaos Hunter, I see no reason to play this card right now. Enlighten me if I'm missing some interaction where this card is incredibly good. And yeah. Where is Marionette Might? Oh my god, dude. I told them to not ask me about Kurikara. Now you're asking about Marionette Might, dude. Oh god. Marionette Might is going to be included in the Board Breaker tier list because the reason why these cards are called hand traps, by the way, is because they can be used at... they are traps that you use from the hand. And the reason why they're called traps is because they are quick effects that can usually be used on your opponent's turn. Hence the name Hand Trap. Alright. Imperm. Strong and good coverage. Very strong card. I think worse than Ash, actually. Against Unchained specifically. But solid card. Like it. Would recommend. If you want to main deck some hand traps just to have something for the combo decks, I heavily recommend you start with Ash and Imperm. And then you look past, right? Lancia, I don't really like. This upcoming form. Don't see a reason to play it. Mourner. Let's talk about Veiler and Mourner real quick. I think Veiler is here. I think it's a solid card with good coverage. I think it's strictly worse than Imperm and Ash, pretty much. Because people might play in their draw phase to outplay cards like Troll and Lockbird. I think it playing into cards like Talents and Thrust is not phenomenal. Of course, Veiler into Thrust is not as bad as something like Bystial or Phantasme into Thrust because they can only set. But still, yeah, it's alright. Veiler is okay. I think Veiler only makes its way into decks if you already play Ash and Imperm, and then you really want more hand traps, which could happen. It definitely could happen. The same is kind of true for Mourner. I think Mourner is okay. Mourner can be used on... Mourner is specifically solid, I think, against Pearly, right? Like, if they go draw phase, purely quick play, summon out purely Lily or purely, you can just hit it with a Mourner and feel good about it. I think Mourner is okay. Same as Veiler. They have their pros and cons, right? Like, Veiler is... Veiler can't be used in the draw phase, Mourner can. Veiler can be used on normal summons, so it's, for example, significantly better against Flu. Although Flu always has the freaking adventure quick play anyways, because they're just built different. So, yeah, but they're alright. Nibiru is all... I think Nibiru is strong in this upcoming format. And it might even be good enough to main deck again, depending on what people play. The problem with Nibiru is pretty much every time these days, in these diverse formats that we have, there's a couple decks where Nibiru is very good, then there's a couple decks where Nibiru is just okay, and then there's a couple decks where it's completely dead, right? And it's like, in the beginning, everyone thought that Nibiru was really, really strong against Unchained, and I also thought that, and it was really good for a while when people were doing standard combos. These days, I hear from a lot of very good Unchained players that there are a lot of ways to play around Nibiru, and I can believe it. So I think the card is only okay against Unchained. It's good if your opponent is not experienced with it, and it's also really good if you can pair it with another hand trap, right? That's one thing you can definitely do, is if you already play cards like Imperm Veiler, Nibiru becomes a lot stronger because you can just let your opponent, you can just lean back, let your opponent do whatever they want to do, summon their Baron before 5 summons, summon their Wave King Caesar before 5 summons. Doesn't matter. You don't have to care about it. At the end of the turn, Nib Chain Veiler, Nib Chain Imperm is always going to wipe them, right? And that's always really good. If you play a lot of hand traps, Nib becomes a lot stronger. Nib is also one of the better cards to have when you go first and you make a board. Having Nib as a backup is really good because your opponent's going to start playing into your board. You force them to summon a couple times and then just nib them. I think the card is good. I still think it remains slightly situational, right? It's Nib, right? It's one of the most situational hand traps out there. But I think it's at the very top. I think this one almost breaks the barrier to being good in the main deck, or maybe it is even good in the main deck. So yeah, keep that with a, you know, the situational is really with a, take that with a grain of salt, because that card could be main deckable for sure. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Not a terrible card. I think it has its uses in the format. Like, you can use it again. I think it's solid against Purely, because honestly, there's no better feeling than using Ghost Ogre on My Friend Pearly, because My Friend Pearly searches a card immediately, so you stop the search, and you get rid of one of the best cards for follow-up. And My Friend Pearly is so freaking annoying to deal with as well, because it replaces their shit. So like, you really, it really feels good to Ghost Ogre My Friend Pearly. So it's a good card against Pearly. It's also solid against, I think it's okay against Unchained, because you can hit the contract spell. You can hit the link monster's effect to link with your stuff, right? Which is okay. They always have, yeah, Purely does have a way to protect the card, but they need another card for that, right? But still, it can work. It's actually also decent against Sprite, because you can hit Gigantic Sprite if they don't go for red. So, you know, it has its uses. Against Dragon Link, you can hit Boot Sector Launch, Dragon Ravine. It has targets, right? The only thing why I'm not putting it into the strong category is because it doesn't feel like the most reliable and most impactful hand trap, right? Like, yes, you can always Ghost Ogre something against most decks, but is that the most important thing to hit? Also covers Flu, by the way, right? Flu can, you can hit the field spell if they have it, right? But like, you know how it goes. Flu is just built different. If you have Ghost Ogre, they don't have the field spell. And if you don't have Ghost Ogre, they have the field spell. That's always how it goes. But Ghost Ogre is solid, honestly. Ghost Ogre is alright. Skullmeister, I wouldn't recommend playing Skullmeister. I guess it has its uses. You can use Skullmeister against Unchained. You can use Skullmeister against something like Tierlists. It's not awful. I think Crow and Bestials are most of the time going to be better. But that does not mean that Skullmeister is completely terrible. Like, if for some reason you want to use both Crow and Skullmeister, maybe. I don't know. But it's not complete ass. All right. I decided to keep the hand trap tier list a little bit more condensed, not as many hand traps to talk about, just so the video is easier to watch. So if there's any of the more situational hand traps you want my opinion on, once again, leave that in the comments down below. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It would mean a lot to me. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And stay tuned for the board breaker tier list coming up soon. All right. Thank you for watching. Goodbye, YouTube. Bye-bye. All right, chat. The more I am doing these, the more I feel like hand traps are in a very okay spot in this format. Like, there's a lot of hand traps that are so much better than they were before. Like Ghost Ogre, Phantasme, seem okay. Crow seems okay. There's like hand traps are looking good moving forward, I think. Before we hop into the board breaker tier list, though, I need to have my lunch real quick. So what do we watch on lunch break today? What is a good thing to watch on lunch break? I haven't really prepared anything. Let me see. We have why learning Yu-Gi-Oh is so hard. I'm not sure if that's what I want to do. We've had that discussion so often. We have an MBT video that I haven't seen yet. These boomer era Yu-Gi-Oh cards are still amazing today. Farfa teaching Raran. Was that a funny video? Was that a funny video, chat? I don't know. I don't really want to. Because honestly, I have no issue with Raran at all. But I didn't really enjoy the approach. I felt I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I felt like when he was playing Yu-Gi-Oh, he wasn't really trying. He felt more like he wanted it to be ridiculous, and that's why he didn't really try or focus on it. And that is it was more like I'm playing this game for content. I want it to suck. I want my experience to be miserable. And then of course it's going to be that, right? Which is like I don't really, it's not kind of like my thing, right? All right. Did you see the SEMO one with Round? The one where they played Edison, I saw. The one where they played Edison, I have watched, yeah. Let's just, let's start it off. Stevie's video about your banlist take. Wait, did Stevie make a I don't want to, okay. I don't want to make a reaction to my content. I don't want to do that. Let's just watch the, let's just watch this. I haven't seen this yet. Let's just watch this.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka... And we are back with another X thread. On that note, here's the worst take I can possibly think of. Today our Twitter thread is about boomer cards because I'm trying to cash in on that hot Yu-Gi-Oh nostalgia that always gets clicks. While I'm definitely a rotation enjoyer, a lot of individuals always parrot the same line back at me when I try to preach it to them. They say, Joseph, how cool is it that all of these old cards are still playable? So today we're going to look at those old cards and see how neat it is that cards printed in 2002 are still good in 2023. And I think
I will say this is cool, and this is one argument that's always used against rotation. I will say though, this does not conflict with rotation, because I'm not saying I'm pro rotation. I don't want to open that discussion right now. But what, for example, the Pokemon TCG does with those cool staples is they just reprint them into the new rotation set, right? Like, it's just not that. That is not a killer argument against rotation, right? You could have a rotation and then reprint the staple cards, and that would be completely fine, right? You know?
The poster child for this is Book of Moon, a card that's been on and off playable since its original printing. It's weaved in and out of multiple different formats and metagames, and is currently enjoying a ton of playability because of its applications against some of the top decks. I love this card right now. I'm playing it, and I can't wait to play more of it when they finally deal with Unchained. Let's see what you all came up with. This card's been good pretty much the entire...
What do you mean, finally deal with Unchained, dude? That deck is new. Like, come on. Like, actually, I think... Chat. One of the... Holy shit, what did I do? Why did it do that? Anyways. One of the... We saw your food explode. Yeah, it's potato soup. It's insane. Anyways. One of the weirdest things to say right now in Yu-Gi-Oh! One of the weirdest thing to say in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now is complaining about Unchained. Like, what the hell? First of all, Unchained is not even that oppressive of a deck. The deck is fine. It's a mid-range deck. It's not oppressive at all. It's okay. It's a cool deck. On the other hand, That deck is freaking 2 weeks old. How are we out here already how were people already out there asking for Unchained hits on the ban list? How were people out there saying like, oh yeah, the ban list was fine, I wish it hit Unchained though? Like, what the hell? Let the deck exist. Holy shit.
Every time it's been legal, it's strong. I guess really early on there were formats where it was only kind of okay, but you know, there have also been formats where this reads win the game. The law says, honestly speaking, most DM era staples have had their time as the most broken pieces of generic tools in their own respective time. This one is fine now, but I find it hilarious that a VG promo from 2003 still sees competitive play today. Although, to be fair, it also spent like 15 years seeing no play because it was banned. Dyer says this card is older than some of your viewers. Some! I've seen my metrics. Most of you have to ask your parents' permission before going on DisneyXD.com. Yes. Anyway, she says it sees regular play whenever a dark deck can use it. I think that Allure of Darkness has seen better days. You don't see it very often anymore because it's a slot that would be better served by like...
It's just decks are tight these days. And people... The only real time you still use Allure of Darkness is if your deck has benefit off of banishing, right? You need... it goes to show how like Yu-Gi-Oh has evolved over the years in some ways, right? Because back in the day, it was just good enough to have like filtering, a little bit of extra deck speed, right? Consistency. And it's like nowadays, it's like most decks, you don't even play a deck if it needs Allure for consistency, right? Like if my deck needs Allure to be consistent, my deck's probably not good to begin with. And a card that doesn't generate card advantage and just like filters through my deck a little bit, is just not that good. Like you want the card to do more than that. Especially with another thing is like going super deep into your deck isn't actually that beneficial in a lot of decks because you have so many once per turn effects, right? Like there's a lot of decks that have hard once per turns, and like seeing half of your deck isn't that relevant when you can only use each of the card only once, right?
A hand trap, but certainly there are still decks that play it. I think Blackwing does, right? Okay, Doug. Dyron, this is where you play the quit making fun of Nightbeam clip.
Don't make fun of Nightbeam anymore.
Shouts out to Jesse Cotton, a hero of the people. If you haven't seen my short already, I'd really recommend it. In fact, let it play a couple of times. Click any ads that come up too. But the short of it is, while looking for a tech for Unchained, he found Marionette Might. Now, this card's not very good. Its coverage is really poor.
It's a good card. What do you mean?
In the Unchained matchup, you can use it to steal High King Caesar, which immediately contests the rage that is on their side of the field and usually forces out the escape, clearing all points of interaction. The reason this is preferred over Change of Heart is because putting Change of Heart face up on your side of the field allows them to activate Escape, which allows them to play through just a little bit more. Coder says, this is my favorite card when it's playable in a format. It can be Interruption, it can help you dodge Interruption, and it can take an important piece of your opponent's board. Versatile, powerful in the right moment, one of my favorite cards to play. One of the best parts about the Cashier format was that this card was very playable. It's just so fantastic when stealing an opponent's monster immediately converts into something as powerful as a Rise Heart, but it's also fantastic to just like switch an opponent's monster to defense position to deny Zeus. It just does so much. RJ says, in 2007, Konami printed a GX manga card as a treat for a beloved archetype. A decade and a half later, the community still pogs out of our mind every time we see him in a mildly successful list. Astrados was playable the entire time he was legal, and then they banned him, and then they unbanned him, and he's been playable in Hero Brews since, which have been okay. Jules says, guy came to locals with his Gravekeeper deck from over a decade ago trying to get back into the game.
There's some good... The thing is, it's unironically, when I saw the title of the video, I thought of Book of Moon and Enemy Controller, and that's it. I blanked after. But there's a lot of good mentions here. Like, Lava Golem is also... like, that card is freaking 2003? 2? That's insane.
Told him about cash and...
I hope nobody mentions Anti-Spell. Like, if you're... Okay. Before finishing the video, if you think the best part about Yu-Gi-Oh not having rotation and being able to play old cards is the fact that we can play Anti-Spell Fragrance, you're a psychopath. Please, no one mention Anti-Spell.
Boards, and without blinking, he went, sounds like I could Lava Golem that. He got second that night. I love this game. I hate getting Lava Golemed. My beloved, oh... When this card came off the list, I cried tears of joy. My best performance in a tournament to this day is playing a low-to-the-ground Trickstar deck that included 3 main deck copies of Torrential Tribute at the 2017 WCQ. 2018 WCQ. One of the fucking WCQs. This is a weird card because this card has never been good. Even at time of printing, it was like, this card's fine. Playable since release, even though we didn't
been
think
alright.
it was, to today where it still hangs out in sideboards regularly. I was going to talk shit on it. This card does still see a bit of play here and there. Not a lot, blows up the entire board. Yeah, I mean, this is a good one. I'm playing this card right now in Mikanko and Master Duel. Even
No, it's not a
Forneo's
good one.
Connector and some madman played this on Goki as a legit normal summon. Huh?
This one's
oh
cringe.
God, you're right. I thought I had locked that away in the annals of my mind, but lo and behold, up through the cavities, yeah, that did happen. This one always gets billed to me as like, rotation, this could never happen if rotation was around.
This didn't happen.
It saw one weekend of play. Everyone went, oh, that's neat. I think I'm
still have
probably
mine.
really responsible for people
I still have
thinking
my
this was
Mushroom
like
Man 2s that
a
I bought.
staple because they watched that short and they were like, if I watch it
When it
again,
was
it
hype.
becomes more true. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, this card does nothing. It just reads, it's just Diabolic Tutor, right? Compulse is a non-destruction piece of removal and has served that exact purpose like every 4th or 5th format for the last 15 years. Surprised there's no mention of Dark Hole, card that managed to get better with time. What was once a drawback to the card is now a beneficiary in the right situation. While not as prevalent as some old cards, it still manages to see play in a lot of decks. Yes, it does. This card had to be hit again during Zoo format because it was such a huge swing. It's crazy that this card was ever considered bad. Playing those formats again, it's clear that like from print, rank 5 turbo becomes like a top tier deck because of the existence of this card and we just didn't know it yet. No, Valor's not old. Boomer cards means like Monster Reborn and Change of Heart. This card's only a couple of years old, right? It's funny that this used to be playable because game.
Wait, Whaler? Whaler's 11 years old. Effect Whaler is 11 years old. Nah, dude. 13? 30? Is Valor from 2010? Oh. No, you're right. It's 2010. Oh. 13 years? Oh, God. No, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. No, let's move
Games
on.
lasted more than 2 turns. Now it's playable because it gets you some shit in Banish that triggers in Banish turn 1. You know, it's funny. At print, this card was only okay. Like, it was pretty good. And then we realized it was busted to shit, got banned, got eroded. It was still pretty good in the right deck. And then we started playing those old formats again and realized at print, it was one of the best cards in the format. It was so strong that like it now invalidates large parts of Goat and Reaper format to play a deck that does not play this in Last Will. This is the one that started it all. You can trace the lineage of every single pot card printed recently to Pot of Duality. It's crazy because this card was doing the I will add this card from my graveyard to my hand like 4 times in a single turn, basically since release. Like, oh joy, Airblade. No, retro cards are like Torrential Tribute. They're not like Tour Guide. No. 12 years! I can't believe this card is still legal, man. Sophie says I have bad news about the majority of playable Boomer cards. This is the most effective rebuttal to, oh, the Marionette Mite thing is so cool that it necessitates a format in which 55 million cards are legal. Oh, it's like most of the cards from yesteryear are this over and over again. Just this bullshit. Sarah says, dude is on the list to this day. He could be off. He could come off. But imagine getting printed in, what, Phantom Darkness and being a staple in Dark Goki like 10 years later. She's 6 years old. Fuck.
True. Oh my God, dude.
My great Ash story is, in preparation for the 2017 NAWCQ, I had to purchase 3 copies of Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. There was just no way around it. It's a really strong card that, despite the fact that it was only really sideboarded during that Zoo format, was game determinative. So I nutted up and paid about $90 for them shipped to my house. This was happening at the same time as I was purchasing an engagement ring for Jillian. And I had told our landlord, please let me know when a package arrives because I didn't want someone to like porch pirate the engagement ring. So the landlord fucking told Jillian. And she was like, why did they tell you that a package arrived? And so I thought up a lie and I thought it up quick. I said, oh, I was just getting a playset of Ash Blossom. And she said, oh. Unbeknownst to her, the ashes hadn't yet arrived. And she said, can I see them? And I said, no. Again, while I do like rotation, it does feel good to play a game in which you can see the history of the game splayed out in front of you in literally every duel. Although, you know, you could still do that if there was a second format, right? All you need to do is bifurcate the format and then it would be fine.
All right. That was fun. That was fun, and I just finished my food, so that was perfect. Okay, perfect length as well. Perfect length. All right. Hand trap tier list done. Deck tier list done. Everything is objectively correct. Good. Okay. Noted. Good. All right, we're pumping out YouTube content today. We are... Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong scene. There you go. We're not making a floodgate tier list. There's no way we're making a floodgate tier list. That's not happening. That is not happening. We're not making a floodgate tier list. The floodgate tier list is literally look at your floodgate. Hold up. Look at your card. And if it has this on it, if it has this particular trait, it's a good floodgate. Hold up. That's what you want to look for. This is the floodgate tier list, right? If they have this on it, it's probably pretty good. It's probably a pretty good floodgate if it does this, right? So that's the top tier floodgates. It's like all the cards that have this on it. All the other ones, there's like a lot more nuance to it, like the barrier and stuff. You have to evaluate separately. But this is the highest tier of floodgates, right? Everything with this thing on it. Okay, anyways, jokes aside. Let's break some boards, chat. Let's break some boards. And look, I included Marionette Might. Phenomenal, right? And Kurikara. I don't know what they're doing here. I don't know what they're doing in the board breaker tier list. They should be in the hand trap tier list. My bad. Anyways, what is good, YouTube? Welcome to the third tier list in the bunch, the board breaker tier list for the upcoming format. We've already recorded and probably also published at the time of you seeing this the tier list for the format and a hand trap tier list. So you might want to check those out, and you might want to be subscribed to the channel if you enjoy the content. That would mean a lot to me. Let's hop right in. Why is there a retaliating C? And why is there a contact C? Ignore those. I put these in on accident. I don't know why they are in here. They should have been in the hand trap tier list. Anyways, let's talk about board breakers. Let's talk about board breakers for the format. Once again, I'm going off of what I think the format is going to be, because we haven't seen any tournaments yet for the format, and you can look at the tier list that I already made for what I think is going to be relevant. So we're going to try and see how do we beat those decks? How do we perform against these upcoming metagame? All right, so Duster is a strong but situational card. All right. By the way, tiers work the exact same as in the hand trap tier list. Duster is a strong but situational card. I think a lot of people are going to want to side deck Duster simply because Labyrinth is a thing. Some other back row decks might be a thing. The card is also solid in some other matchups, but that it's mainly a card that makes you feel good about Labyrinth. The reason why specifically Duster is going to be super popular is it's a great target for Thrust, right? There's most of the times you see Thrust, you will also see Duster, and that's for good reason, right? That card is good. Okay, let me sort all these together. The category now is attributing your opponent's shit. This is this category. We've got Santa Claus, Kaijus, Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, Kurikara. Attributing your opponent's shit is a category that's going to be important in the upcoming format. It is relatively situational to do that, but the cards are, I think, in some shape or form necessary because of one particular deck, and that is Purely, right? Purely is a deck that has a Towers monster in X Purely Noir, which is unaffected by your card effects. So you need some way to out it, right? And if your deck doesn't spam monsters super easily, like you could play Underworld Goddess to clear the towers, but most decks don't have the extra deck space or don't have the luxury of just spamming out a bunch of monsters. So you want some sort of way to out it this way. I will say one popular way, that before we go into the tribute stuff, Herald of the Abyss is one way you could do it if you play Thrust. We're going to talk about Thrust later. You can put your guesses in Twitch chat right now as where we're going to put Thrust. But this is going to be one very popular option, Herald of the Abyss. If you don't have that option, or you think you want more than that, you're going to want to look into some of the tribute stuff, right? I believe Kurikara is strong. I believe Kaijus are solid, but have actually pretty good coverage. I think Lava Golem is strong, but situational. I think Sphere Mode is only solid and very situational, and I think Santa Claus is bad unless you're playing purely. You could consider Santa Claus. I don't want to go into detail why Santa Claus is good in purely. It has to do with you can give it to your opponent in attack or defense, so you can crash into it in defense mode and make a Zeus if you want to, or you can OTK over it when you can give it in attack and then attack into it a lot with. It's very small, right? It's only 1200. You can like you can turn it's only defense position, but you can give it to them. You can turn it to attack with the one of the purely XYZs. I keep forgetting which one it is. It's which one is it? Beauty, right? Beauty can turn it to attack, and then you can run over it a bunch of times with happiness. That's why it's good in purely. In other decks, it's bad. All right. And I guess XYZ Encore is also a possible way to out the towers, right? This is all what this is about, right? So the reason why I think Kurikara and Lava Golem are better than the other options mostly are Kurikara is a body on your side of the field, which is worth a lot, right? It's a body on your side rather than your opponent's side. Against purely specifically, Kurikara is also pretty much always live because they draw in your standby phase. So it's like first action, you can just tribute that shit. Lava Golem is good for a different reason. And that's where you really have to differentiate with Lava Golem. Lava Golem is actually not that reliable against purely because sometimes they don't have multiple monsters. They often do. I think if you play Lava Golem, you still side it against purely because they very often have multiple monsters. Not always, but they often do. But Lava Golem is also very good against Unchained, right? Unchained boards crumble to Lava Golem. No matter what board you make, the Unchained monster, the Soul of Rage plus Wave King Caesar, Lava Golem, that shit. They make Griffin plus Muckraker, Lava Golem, that shit. Lava Golem is very good. The problem with Lava Golem is not every deck can use it, right? A lot of decks need their normal summon. That's why it's situational, right? But you can play Lava Golem in like purely, for example, and it works. That card is very strong if your deck can use it. Kurikara is also very strong, I think. Kaijus, I put into solid but good coverage category because Kaijus are just not as impactful as a Kurikara or a Lava Golem or a Sphere Mode. But the good thing about Kaijus is that they kind of always work, right? There's like, they don't stop you from normal summoning. They don't require your opponent to commit multiple monsters. They pretty much work in almost any matchup, honestly. If you have Kaijus in your side deck, and you want something else for going second in a specific matchup, you can pretty much always throw in the Kaiju. There's like no deck pretty much where the Kaiju is completely useless, right? Maybe Rescue Ace is close, but even Rescue Ace summons some annoying stuff sometimes. Like a Kaiju, that's basically what I'm trying to get to. Kaijus are, you can use them in almost any deck, right? You can, against almost any deck. Labyrinth, okay, against Lab, you wouldn't side these, but like that's obvious, right? You're not siding monsters that tribute your opponent's stuff against Labyrinth, but like that's what I like about Kaijus. Sphere Mode, I would not recommend you to use actually because it doesn't do what you want it to do. Like it's not good against Unchained. That deck doesn't put 3 monsters on the field most of the time. It's not good against Purely because they don't consistently do that as well. Like Lava Golem is Sphere Mode is only good if you're scared of like the super all-in combo decks, right? It's good against Dragon Link. It's probably good against Vanadium. It's probably good against something like Infernoble, right? So if you are worried about those rather than Unchained, if you want to side other stuff for Unchained purely and stuff, and then you're looking at your side deck and you're like, I really need something for Vanadium, those type of decks, right? Then you could consider it, right? You could consider it. But I don't think it's for the top decks. It's more like for the bottom tier decks. The tier 2 and rogue stuff, you want a Sphere Mode against. Yeah. And then XYZ Encore is just like, it's only good against Purely, and you might as well play like something else. But it's the only cool thing about this card is that it does work in draw phase, so they don't get the draws from Sleepy Memory. That's the good thing about it, right? You can do it before they draw. All the other stuff is after they draw, like your Kaijus, your Korikara, your Lava Golem, your Herald of the Abyss is always main phase. So it's after they draw. But yeah. As much as I like Alpha Master of Beasts as a card, I love this card. I think it's not that good. So we're not gonna talk about it too much. Books. Book of Lunar Eclipse is bad. That's pretty much it. Book of Eclipse and Book of Moon. Let's talk about these. These are probably the most interesting discussion point going into this upcoming format, because these have been absolute staples, right? They've been insanely popular in this current format before the ban list, and for good reason, right? They were insane against Kashtira and really good against Purely, and just solid cards overall. Now, the thing is, the main reason why people played Book of Eclipse or Book of Moon, the main reasons were, I think there were two reasons. The first reason was it was an out to a Rise Art, and the second reason was there wasn't really any Omni Negates in the format. The Arise Heart issue is gone. That card is now banned, of course, finally. So the biggest reason to play the books is kind of gone. However, I still think that the books are solid cards because there's still not that many Omni Negates running around. So I think there's still some merit in these cards simply because they have solid coverage, right? And that's where I'm going to put them. I don't think they are top tier cards anymore. Like literally before the ban list, I would have put them in the best of the best category, right? Simply because they were absolutely insane in the previous format. I think they get a little bit weaker, but they are still very powerful cards for so many reasons. Like they are still super flexible. They are great interruptions when you go first. They help you out certain things when you go second still, right? You can prevent Purely Leap from ranking up, which is a super powerful interaction with Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse. You can out the Wave King Caesar from Unchained. You might think Unchained is super link-based. But they still, like, you know, booking the Wave King Caesar is still insane for a lot of decks. I think the cards are still really solid and versatile. I think they lose their like kind of like, you know, goated status from last format, but still very good cards to consider. I just think that without a Rise Art in the format, you have so many other cards that contest for that solid position, right? Like the difference between a card like let's say a Hand Trap and a Book of Moon was always like, hey, I could play this Hand Trap, but what if my opponent summons a Rise Art and I can't out it? Then I really want that Book of Moon in my deck, right? And so that was always the main reason, because you can also just Hand Trap certain decks instead of booking them. You couldn't really do that with Kashtira. So I think books become worse, but they are still a solid option. So there we go. Chalice. Chalice I don't think is that great. It's kind of like it's not terrible, but it's also not that impactful. Yeah. I don't know about Chalice. Chalice outs Dweller if you're Unchained. That's why I'm putting it in solid and situational, because there are certain decks that might want it. Like if your deck loses to Dweller, for example, and people make Dweller in the upcoming format, that could be a reason to play Chalice, because Book doesn't work in that case, right? Like if they go Dweller in draw phase, you can't book that anymore. It still resolves. That's a thing, right? And so Chalice could be something. I don't think it's great, but you know. Change of Heart. Change of Heart is an interesting card because it is solid against Unchained to take their stuff rather than destroying it by card effect. That is not very good against Unchained. I think it's a solid card. I don't think it's as good as some other stuff. Can you explain why Marionette Might is considered worse than Might versus why Change of Heart is considered? Okay, I guess that's a good point to talk about this. All right, so let me very quickly pull up the card that are Abominable Chamber or whatever. All right. Abominable Chamber of the Unchained is the reason why. Oh no, it's not. It's the other one. Which one is the trap? This one is. Which one is the other? What's the other trap called? Escape. I thought Escape was the Reborn. Escape of the Unchained. No, I mixed it up. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so this card is pretty much always part. This card is pretty much always part of the Unchained end board. And it reads, target an Unchained monster you control and one card on the field. Destroy both. If you activate Change of Heart, they can chain, like, it depends what you want to take with Change of Heart. But if you target the Link monster, they can chain this card to pop the target you're trying to get. But another reason is obviously Anti-Spell. Anti-Spell that people are saying in chat right now, Anti-Spell is another massive reason. Most Unchained lists have been running Anti-Spell. In general, I think Change of Heart is a very solid card against Unchained, and it's also a solid card in some other matchups. But the problem is, for any given matchup, there's probably a better card. Like, for example, against Unchained, Marionette Might is just a stronger option of Change of Heart. Yeah, Anti-Spell might actually be the main reason. Anti-Spell might be the main reason why Marionette Might is better against Unchained. But Change of Heart is still good. So if you're looking for one more card against Unchained and you wanna do like a board breaker approach, I think Change of Heart is good. But Marionette Might specifically against Unchained is better. And against some of the other top tier decks, Change of Heart just isn't that great. Like against Purely, it doesn't do that much. Against Rescue Ace, it's only okay. I don't think it's phenomenal against Rescue Ace. And then like against Dragon Link, it only gets like the Savage Negate out, which is worth something. Like it will do something, but I don't know. This card's not very good. Raigeki and Dark Hole are, I think, solid cards in this upcoming format. I will say one thing. People kind of write off these cards immediately against Unchained. I don't think these cards are that bad against Unchained. They're not phenomenal, but because the Unchained stuff does float, right? The Unchained stuff does float into more stuff, but still, Dark Holo Raigeki gets a lot of their floater effects out of the way. Plus, it solves the Wave King Caesar as well, right? And so, like, it's if they end on the Link monster and the Caesar, you Dark Hole them, both die. They can use the Yama to bring back the Link monster, and the Link monster adds back follow-up to their hand. But still, you've answered the Wave King Caesar, and you've forced out the Yama, right? And I think that's worth something. So it's okay, especially because you can use these in a lot of other matchups too. So maybe it's more like these cards are solid, not amazing, but they have very good coverage because they work in a lot of matchups. I think that's more like it. Dark Hole has the added bonus of beating Ibli, which is, if Sprite is a thing, whatever. If Sprite is a thing, Rescue Ace can side Ibli. Maybe that's a good reason to play Dark Hole. Like it's always nice to have a way to deal with Ibli in your deck to not auto lose to Ibli. So I kind of like Dark Hole as an option for the upcoming format. All right, now we have an exciting one coming up. We have an exciting one coming up that I'm very happy to talk about finally again. Like, Forbidden Droplet was a card that in every single tier list, while Cash Tira was a thing, we had to say, oh my god, Droplet could be okay, but a Rysart completely invalidates the card. Droplet is back, dude. Droplet is back. I think Droplet is going to be a solid card in its upcoming format. Now, only because a Rise Heart is gone, I don't think Droplet becomes an instant god card. But the card is good, right? The card is good. I think it depends a little bit on your deck, and also it depends on the matchup. But like being able to, like, if your deck has good synergy with Droplet, like you have things you can send away, or whatever, like I think the card is good. I think it's a strong card, but situational, because once again, not every deck can play Droplet, and it's also not good against every deck. Like, for example, I would argue against something like, against Purely, the card can be okay, but of course the Noir is still unaffected from it if they get to it. I don't know, it's all right. The best thing about this card, of course, is that it's good going first and second, just like the books, just like other cards. Like, that's always one of the best things about board breakers, is when you can main deck them, because they're good going first and second. Droplet has that. If you want to, you can main deck it, and if your deck has synergy with Droplet, definitely consider Droplet for this upcoming format. I think it's good. Enemy Controller. Enemy Controller seems like it's a good card against Unchained, because you can just you can play into their board maybe, and if they try to link off something that you have, you can enemy tribute it. It seems okay, but it is rather situational still. Like, I don't see it being great against Pearly. I don't see it being great against Rescue Ace. I see it being okay against Unchained, but far worse than actually Change of Heart or this thing, right? The only advantage that enemy has is it's better to main deck. But if I really wanna main deck a quick play spell, I think I would rather play books or Droplet than Enemy Controller right now. The card is not dead by any means. The card is still okay, but yeah. Evenly Matched. Evenly Matched is a card that I'm kind of torn about. Looking at some of the top decks, or what I'm expecting to be some of the top decks, I think the card is only okay. I don't think it's that good. I think the card is worse against Unchained than people think, because Unchained can just chain the Scrap Dragon trap, pop some of their shit, so it goes to the graveyard, keep the Wave Caesar around, and then Yama triggers to bring back the Link monster, for example. I think one of the good things about this card is that it's kind of useful in almost any matchup. Like, the thing is, out of the top tier decks, outside of, like, Rescue Ace has a problem against Evenly, but Rescue Ace also typically plays Ibly after siding when they go first. But all the other top tier decks have ways to either play around Evenly or not really care about Evenly. Unchained has insane follow-up, so even if you evenly them, and you can play in main phase 2, you still need to be able to deal with their follow-up. Lab, the card is good against Lab, but Lab can set up Eradicator if you enter battle phase, so it's iffy. And just the most important part is, you can't kill any deck after evenlying them. You're left in main phase 2, and then Unchained, worst case, they still have Wave King Caesar, they still have Griffin up on the board, and you don't have a battle phase. Purely just keeps Noir, and you'll probably lose to that if you don't have another card. So, like, Evenly is a card that you have to pair with so many other cards for it to have an impact, right? So actually, I think it goes even down here. I'm not a huge fan of Evenly in theory right now. I don't think it's that great in the current or upcoming metagame. It's not good enough against the combo decks, right? The combo decks just have too many negates, and most of the other decks have solid ways against Evenly. So I'm not sure if I love Evenly. Fenrir, as a board breaker / tech card, right? I'm not talking about Fenrir in specifically Kashtira. I'm talking about Fenrir overall. This card is good, of course. It's very, very strong. The question is, does it go up here or does it go up here? I think it might be the first one that we put up here. It doesn't solve boards on its own. like most of the decks that have like you know, it forces interruptions, and it forces interruptions very consistently. Plus, it's a really strong card when you go first. So that, I think that's the best thing about Fenrir. Like, against every single deck, you go second, Fenrir will force an interruption. And if they don't have a good interruption for it, it's going to carry it. It can even carry a game on its own. And it's really good going first. There's no matchup where it's bad. So unless you want a card that is like specifically for a certain matchup, or you want more hand traps that you could play over Fenrir, Fenrir is really good. I think Fenrir is strong. It doesn't really have a drawback attached to it, right? The only thing that you have to keep in mind is that some decks don't like having to, like, for example, Purely prefers to play in the draw phase to ignore Droll and Lockbird, but you can't do that if you play Fenrir. The same is true for like Runic decks. So some decks could maybe not want Fenrir. Or Unchained, for example. I'm pretty sure the lines that, like, some lines that play around Nib, I don't think you can make that happen if you have an additional special summon at the beginning of your turn. So that's maybe a reason to consider not playing Fenrir. If you have a line that plays around Nibiru in like 4 summons, if you summon a Fenrir before that, suddenly you don't have that line anymore because now it's 5 summons, right? So consider that. But Fenrir is a strong card. Lightning Storm. I think it's like here. I think it's okay if you want more back row removal. It's a really solid card. It's pretty much against Unchained. It's the same as Darkhold pretty much. If you want to get rid of the Caesar, you can kill the back row against. I like this card. I think it's a solid option. Of course, it's situational because going first it's completely dead. So I wouldn't recommend you main deck this card. But you can side deck it. For sure. Ibli is a concern. There's some cards that it conflicts with, right? Ibli, Phantasme, yada yada, right? So if those are in your deck, then you might want to consider not playing Lightning Storm. But other than that, it's a solid card. Mind Control is like a strictly verse version of Change of Heart. And I do think that matters a lot, because especially decks that play Zeus or want to attack over something, I think I don't know if I really like Mind Control right now that much, but it's not a terrible card. So yeah, I think I would rather play Hand Traps than Mind Control though. Pankratops, I'm a fan of in this format. I honestly like it because it's pretty solid against a lot of decks going second. I don't think you would ever main deck Pankratops. I wish we had 3. I wish we had 3 Pankratops because it would be such a consistent way to out Floodgates. That's like one of my biggest issues, and one of the biggest reasons why I like Pankratops is like against Unchained, for example, right? Pankratops is not an insane card against Unchained, but it's okay, right? You can just special Pank. Wave King Caesar or whatever it's called can't prevent it. Then you can pop the Caesar, you can pop the back row if that's what's annoying. You can even pop the Link monster if that usually isn't that smart, but you could. Very flexible, very solid. But if in the off chance they draw that anti-spell fragrance, right? The Pankratops just is a lifesaver, right? If they have that card, right? And it's just like anti-spell in general is going to be, I think, a popular card. Not everywhere, but it's going to be there, right? And having the failsafe against it, I think, is really good. And the card just seems solid against a lot of decks, right? Like it's just a solid card, and I think it's going to be a very good like you build your side deck, you have like one last slot open. You're like, yeah, let's put that Pankratops in there. I think that looks very solid. Super Polymerization. I am kind of struggling to see where this. I mean, it's definitely a card to be respected. Like, it's never a bad card. I'm just not sure. It hits the right decks at the right moment in this format, right? Like, It's tough. I don't know. Unchained, if you go first against Unchained, you can probably disrupt them at some point. But the board going second is not weak to it. Pearly is kind of the same thing. Unless they leave Pearl Lily. Nah, they usually don't play into Super Poly, right? I think Super Poly is actually one of the weakest it's ever been since Garura came out. So I just don't see myself playing this card because I don't think you can main deck it because it's not good against some of the top tier decks or most of the top tier decks. And then I don't know if you would side deck this card over other cards, right? So yeah, all right. Dark Ruler No More, on the other hand, I think is okay. I don't think I would main deck it either, but the reason I like it is because it just covers a lot of matchups in the side deck. Like it's good against dragons. It's not great against Unchained, but you can side it. Like decks that really struggle against the Wave King Caesar or the Griffin, you can put Dark Ruler in. They are okay. But like they can still do stuff. Like they can use if they make the board with the Unchained Soul of Rage and the Wave King Caesar and the Trap card, if you Dark Ruler them, they can then later on still you start playing. They use the trap that pops one of your thingies and their Link monster, and then they bring the Link monster back, and then they can still use it because they reset it basically. So it's not insane against Unchained, but once again, if your deck really struggles with the Wave King Caesar, it's still worth it. Right? Even if you just deal with the Wave King Caesar, it could still be okay. And it covers stuff like random shit, like Infernoble. Against Mannadium, they have the counter trap, so I wouldn't rely on it alone against Mannadium, but it can work sometimes. Card is solid. Card is a solid side deck option for sure. Ultimate Slayer. Ultimate Slayer, dude. A Rise Art is gone. So theoretically, you can finally play Ultimate Slayer. So kind of like Droplet, the card does become an option again. Another issue with Ultimate Slayer, though, is the fact that you need extra deck space. But if you do have extra deck space, I think the card is interesting, right? Because think of it that way. You play against Unchained. They go Wave King Caesar, Unchained Soul of Rage, set the trap card. If you have multiple options now. You can go Ultimate Slayer, send an XYZ monster, which you would probably send like what is it? Meteorologic Aggregator to shuffle the Wave King Caesar, and negate the Link monster, which is not bad. Or what you can also do is you can send Bucephalus to target the Link monster, and if they want to keep their Link monster, they have to chain the trap on their Link monster and your Ultimate Slayer. So the Link monster dies, you draw a card off of, like, you go Bucephalus, send Garura, draw a card, and they use Yama to revive their Link monster. So what you just did was actually quite impressive, because you outed the trap card, you forced out the Yama revive, and you still have the same amount of cards that you had previously. Right? You still have 6 cards in hand because you draw 1 from Garura. So that is a pretty good start. Now the problem with that is you need extra deck space. You need extra deck space, and it doesn't work against anti-spell, right? If you really want to go, all out, you can play the Evil Twin Link with the break. Then it becomes really strong against Unchained. It's completely dead against Flu. I mean, you would never main deck it, I think. I don't think you would main deck Ultimate Slayer. I think it's a side deck card. I think in the side deck, it can be solid, honestly. I encourage you guys to at least think about it, because the card is very strong. It's just you need the extra deck for it, right? Like, you need the extra deck for it. But in the right deck, with the extra deck space, like Rescue Ace, flu, or whatever, right? I think you could play this card, and I think it would not be bad. I've played this card before in some of my decks, and it's always been kind of cool. I like it. I don't think it's the best side deck card around, but I think it's an option again, right? All right, let's get into the heavy hitters. Ignore the C's, by the way. I put these here on accident. Those should have been in the hand trap tier list. Talents and Thrust. Let's keep it plain and simple. These cards are busted. These cards are busted, dude. The thing is, the format is gonna be there's not going to be that many hard negates, right? And these cards are just amazing in this type of format, right? Like, yeah, going first, they're not going to be as impactful sometimes, depending on how many hand traps people use. I think Talents is still going to be okay going first because people are going to be playing Ash at the very minimum. You can really punish something like a Nibiru maybe with Thrust. You can punish Bystials. You can punish Phantasme. The very, very best thing about Thrust actually is the interaction with a card like Herald of the Abyss. I think having a card like Thrust, which is just a solid board breaker in general, but then also being able to basically have 4 outs to a Noir or any other unaffected monster, I think that's just alone insane. If you're not going to main deck Thrust, and this is going to suck for all the people on a budget, and I do feel for you guys. I think it's a big issue that Thrust is so expensive right now. But in order to effectively and efficiently deal with such a diverse format that we're expecting, I think Thrust is going to be crucial, right? Putting 3 Thrust into your side deck with 1 Herald of the Abyss means you have 4 outs to Expiate the Noir. It means you have 4 ways, you have extra ways to get to Talents. If you don't need that, you can do whatever you want. Like, it's just such a good card, dude. It's such a good card. And Talents as well. So I actually over Fenrir. Yeah, no, these 2 cards are definitely the best board breakers. So yeah, board breakers are in a very good spot right now, I think. I'm a big fan of a lot of those cards. Some of them only in the side deck. Actually, a lot of these only in the side deck because they usually are not that great going first. But yeah, we're looking at a very solid spread here for board breakers and also hand traps as well. There's a lot of solid options. The format is looking to be quite diverse, but quite healthy in that sense, because like most of the literally every single deck in the format, the more I think about it, there's like so many possible answers. There's like nothing in the format where it's like, oh my god, I can't deal with that, it's impossible, right? There's like very strong options against the mid-range decks, the combo decks, the stun decks, the runic decks, whatever. Like there's just solid ways to build your deck against pretty much everything, and I like that. I think it's going to be quite the deck building challenge leading up to YCS Dortmund, and that's always exciting. All right, let me think what you think of this. Let me know what you think of this this tier list. I hope you liked it. Once again, if you enjoyed the content, make sure to subscribe to the channel. If I missed any board breakers that you want to know about, leave the comment down below and I'll try to answer them. Without further ado, say goodbye to YouTube, Twitch chat, and I'll see you guys next time. And yeah, best of luck to everyone playing or preparing for YCS Dortmund, and I'll see you guys there. Bye bye. All right. Man. I do like this is it's very interesting. This format is interesting. In case anyone was wondering, I actually am very far from having decided on a deck for YCS Dortmund, and I am really looking forward to it. I think it's pretty cool. Oh, we had a hype train going, and I almost missed it. Hold up, who's subscribed there? Nanamoni, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Grogi, thank you for the 4 months. Taco Smiley Face, thank you for the 3 months. And Nivska, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you guys. Also, Taro, I think you also subscribed while we were already recording. Thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate the support, everybody. We are just 7 subs away from another Pepe D situation. So any supporters, any enjoyers of the content, feel free to subscribe to not have any ads anymore. Appreciate you guys. All right. Are we cooking some Tiro salads now? Okay, so let me tell you about the plan for the rest of the stream, because we still have like a solid 2 hours or something. I want to talk about, I want to mostly just spend some time talking about the upcoming format, and also maybe we can build some first versions of a lot of the different decks actually that we included in these tier lists. Like I want to get an overview of what is Unchained gonna look like with the maybe adjusted non-engine that you play. How does Rescue Ace look, honestly? Because I've watched Quantal's deck profile, but I still want a better feel for how Rescue Ace looks in this upcoming format. All this kind of stuff, right? Like what's going on with the format. I'm trying to take you guys on a little journey with me as to what I'm doing to start preparing for the YCS, right? That's kind of where I'm at personally. I need to get an overview of the format. Like that's always the hardest thing in the beginning of the format, is like the thought process of what is everyone else going to play? How are they going to build it? What is everyone expecting to be good? What are their decks going to look like? Because an Unchained deck, right? An Unchained deck looks different when everyone expects to play mirror matches, when everyone expects to play against Kashtira, everyone expects to play against Purely. There's differences that you're gonna, and it's not something we can just look at for YCS Dortmund. You're gonna have to make a call, right? You're gonna have to make a prediction, basically, right? Because we have no big tournaments with the new ban list before YCS Dortmund. It's not there. We don't have it. We can't just go like, oh, seems like everyone is respecting this deck. Seems like everyone is respecting that deck. You have to make that call yourself. You have to make that prediction. And so I wanna start by basically doing that, right? All right. All right, I need to run a quick ad and go to the toilet really quickly, and then I will be right back, and then we're gonna look at the upcoming format and discuss it a little bit. All right, be right back. Give me a second. All right, end of chair stream. End of chair stream. All right, so chat. Before we start building some versions of the current meta decks, let's look at some of the decks leading up to this format. And I know this is going to be this is going to be slightly outdated because it's the old format, but I still want to see. So the most successful Unchained list from Cancun that we have is Aditya Darep. It's only 6 minutes, so it's fine. Six subs for new format Glad Beasts? No, I'm not that desperate. I'm not that desperate for subs. I'm okay. If you enjoy the content and you want to support it, feel free to sub, but I'm not going to play Gladiator Beasts right now.
Bordeaux here at YCS Cancun with who?
Aditya.
What'd you do this weekend?
I got top 8 at YCS Cancun. Unfortunately, I lost to the mirror in the last round. So,
Yeah, it happens. The mirror is the same.
this is my first mirror loss. Hopefully, the first mirror loss and the last one.
All right, let's get into the deck.
Sure. Main deck: 3 Aruha, 1 Rakea, 1 Sarama. This is fine if you manage your resources correctly. You'll never need more of these. For the souls, 3 Sharvara, 1 Shayama, 1 Abominable. This will never change. This is fine. You only need one, and then 3 Extender. This is all pretty standard so far.
Ooh, I don't think they're playing the blue dog. I don't think they're playing the blue dog. I like that. I mean, okay. The blue dog, I hate the blue dog, right? I hate it. I hate because it's such a bad draw, dude. It's such a bad draw. So some people think you need it, which you might actually need it. Like when someone like Pack, who's won a YCS with Unchained, tells me you need the dog for the mirror match, I can't help but to, trust his opinion on it because I have played way less Unchained than Pack, for example. So I can definitely see why you would want to play it. I still like the idea of not needing it. I would prefer my deck to be more consistent, but maybe you do need it. But I mean, you can clearly still top 8 the YCS without it. So, but they did lose the mirror. Who knows if it made a difference?
3 Tour Guide.
Now, Tour Guide is another thing. If you don't play Tour Guide, you're probably throwing. Like, that card just is mandatory, I'm pretty sure.
Warrior. I shouldn't have to explain it at this point. I played 3 Fenrir, and I've also played 3 Ash as my most non-engines. Fenrir was really, really good, just because it's an extra body on board. It adds a card for your discard for the Abominable Soul. And then I played the Philadelphia Regional last weekend, and I got punished really, really hard by Brandon, so I needed to play something to prepare. For the spells, 3 Prison, 3 of the...
Chad, did you know that Unchained, that Abomination's Prison Secret Rare is 45 euros right now? Let me tell you about the absolute saddest timeline, okay? Let me tell you about the absolute saddest timeline ever. You're not going to be surprised by this at all, by the way. You guys probably already know what I'm about to tell you. So, you know how we looked at Unchained. Gigantic, 34 gift subs. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. We looked at the Unchained deck a couple weeks ago, right? You remember when we looked at, we saw that feature match of Vince playing Unchained at some tournament, and, then we built it, and we tried it a little bit, and I thought it was kind of cool, right? After that stream, I looked at Unchained on Card Market, and the cards were already a little bit expensive, right? Abomination's Prison was like $10. And I was like, I kind of like this deck, but who knows if it's going to be good. I don't really want to spend, the entire core at that point was like $50 or something for the Unchained cards. And I was like, I don't really want to spend $50 right now. I don't even know if I'm going to need it or not, right? I didn't think it was too expensive, by the way. I want to say that. I want to clarify that I did not think it was too expensive. I just thought to myself, I don't know if I will need it. Let's just not pick it up right now. I can still pick it up in a couple weeks, right? I don't think anyone could have seen coming freaking how hard that shit was gonna hit the meta game, right? How freaking successful it was going to be. And then freaking I bought an Unchained core like on Friday. No, guess how much I had to pay for the Unchained core, chat. Guess how much I paid for an Unchained core on Friday. Yeah, it was $250, dude. It was $250 for an Unchained core. God damn, dude. God damn, dude. Now, granted, I did pick up some of the cards in Secret Rare instead of the slightly cheaper, you know, slightly. But yeah. Where do you buy deck cards? I just bought it on Card Market. You know, Card Market is my preferred way of buying singles. As you guys know.
Best card in the game. Like every deck that can play this should play it.
Card is pretty good.
Should be banned or at 1. Played 3 Eclipse because it's just the strongest like it's the strongest non-engine staple in the game right now. Played 3 Dark Contract, 1 Divisor King. 1 Requiem. I drew this card probably 7 or 8 times during the entire tournament. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And then for the last of the spells, it's 1 Tactics, 1 Thrust, 1 Tactics, and 1 Wailing. Wailing came up a couple times just to set it going second and use it as a board breaker, just flipping back up.
I like this. I like this one Wailing. I'm a big fan of that.
Action, and it's another piece of engine as well. Then for the traps, 3 Escape, 2 a Bomb. You're playing another piece.
This is very close to Jesse's list, right? Not exactly the same because Jesse made Nib, right? But very close.
That you can just pop. So this is fine. You don't need to play more. And then just like in the mirror, you always just set this one over this one. But if that's relevant. All right, extra deck. The tokens that will live with me. We cut down from 3 Yama to 2 Yama.
Mismatch?
Yeah, unlucky. Let me get another one. The third one never really came up. Both these got banished once, but I played Old Unchained, so I knew how to play without this card.
By Unicorn or what?
Yeah, I got twice by Unicorn. 2 Rage, 2 Anguish. I was very, very close to cutting this card back to 1. I just ended up playing the second one. 1 Unchained Abomination. This is fine, never needed more. 1 Muckracker for the grind game. I'm not playing the Griffin combo, but you still need this card for the grind game overall.
I think that's fine to do, by the way. I don't think the Griffin is mandatory. I think it's a solid option. The one matchup where I think you might really want it is the Purely matchup. In other matchups, I would always prefer the Wave King. But yeah.
Unicorn, 1 Underworld Goddess, and then I mean this is the spice for the side deck.
Ooh, Slayer?
1 Sunny. It should be kind of obvious, but and then for the Xyz, it's 1 Stone King, 1 Caesar, 1 Divisor. 1
See, is Slayer already here?
If anything, I would probably cut the second Anguish for second Caesar, but other than that, that was fine.
Show me Ultimate Slayer. Show me Ultimate Slayer.
Side deck, Harpies. I drew this card actually a good amount of times, surprisingly.
Gabriel Nets played it as well. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's alright.
I drew this card once. That's it. It was so bad. Magic Deflector. This was D-Barrier at first, but for Purely, I realized that a lot of them are on crossout. So this wasn't really in their crossout spread, and it just still shut off the whole deck. And it's also really, really good against a lot of...
Magic Deflector against Purely. I don't hate it. The one downside I see is that they activate a quick play, you chain Deflector. If they have another quick play, they can chain it. But then it still locks them out of like My Friend, Field Spell. Right. But you chain Caesar. If you have the full combo, yeah, but yeah, that's not bad.
Other decks in the format, Cash, it turns off Field Spell and Bird. Vanadium, they just can't play half the time if their Field Spell doesn't resolve. Purely, obviously.
Not a bad card. That's not a bad card. I respect it.
And then as for more respect for Branded and Unchained, I just played 2 Druids, 2 Mag. Initially it was 3 Druids, 1 Mag, but into decks like Branded, you really kind of wanted to play Mag. You want to have Mag.
Yeah, I mean, new format, if you want to play base heals, you're just forced to play 3 and 1, right? It's just going to be like that.
Mag over Druids anyways. Just so you can get a follow-up for Branded and Red.
Enju, thank you for the prime.
And then the last cards in the side deck, the cards I drew twice. One of them was the best card. One time it was the best, the other time was the worst. 3 Ultimate Slayer, and then the 1 Brick. This card is like really nice and eerie, but I recognize that a lot
Ultimate
of
Slayer.
players are on anti-spell right now, so yeah, that's why this is like the worst card in top 8, because I drew it and my opponent had anti-spell, so that's it.
Oh, anti-spelled you?
Yeah, anti-spelled me when I top deck this, and I need a piece of engine instead.
I like that card, but it is. I think it's going to be interesting moving forward. Perfect Tubby, thank you for the prime. Yo, we fit a sub goal. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. It is a certified PEP-AD situation. Hold up. Yeah. PEP-AD situation. There we go. Hold up. All right, everyone, spam PEP-ADs right now, and then we continue. Okay. We shall continue by quickly hopping onto the Forbidden app. We're hopping onto the Forbidden app. And let's make a draft. This was my old Unchained. Let's make a draft of what Unchained might look like in this upcoming format. So I think this is like a solid start. I mean, Ash, I'm just assuming Ash is mandatory. This is like your baseline, right? This is your baseline deck. You have like 11 slots open in this case. The Wailing, some people make that a third Abominable Chamber. I think that's also okay. I don't think you play 7. You could. Then we have the Contract package. Yep, that's probably it. Is that mandatory? Have you seen anyone without it? It's probably mandatory, right? It's probably mandatory. Right. Hoban doesn't play it. He says it's not worth the break. Okay, so just to recap very quickly. So you activate Dark Contract with the gate. You add Vice King Requiem, which you then put into the Pendulum Scale, use its effect to destroy the Dark Contract, and then summon it out. And then it's going to be a level 7 or level 9, but the level doesn't matter. And then you can just make a DDD Divisor King Deus Machinex on top. Right? That's all. All. So it's a Fiend Extender. It's a Fiend Extender that you can turn into a Zeus immediately. And you get to pop a card. Yeah, because this one gets to pop a card and gain life points. Yeah. And then also another big reason why people play it, I think, is the fact that if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add a Dark Contract card from your deck to your hand. So if you make the standard end board and they kill this guy, you get the DD contract you get the Dark Contract for follow up. Yeah, I think I would play that probably. It's like I would be inclined to take the risk of drawing this, but yeah, I mean it's not 100% necessary or like staple, but like it's a pretty good deal, I think. It's a pretty good deal. And I also think I've seen multiple people play 2 of this. I think that's probably worth it. Am I missing? Oh wait, I put the wrong one. This one. Am I missing something in the extra deck? Goddess. Goddess is good, I think. Goddess. I've seen a lot of people play 1 of this. That's probably okay. It's either no Griffin or second or no second Anguish. That's like the standard extra deck, I think. The reason why they play the DDD Stone King Darius, by the way, because people have been asking, is because you have a lot of level 3s. So you can just overlay into that, and then you can overlay into this, and then you make a fat Zeus, 4 material Zeus, right? That's basically what you need to do. Also, it can just make a Zeus on its own if you crash into a big thing. You can turn Tour Guide into a Zeus. You might cut the rank 3 because it was mainly counterplay to Shifter. Well, if Flu is still a thing, if Flu is a bad matchup, you might still want to do it. The other 3s lock you into Fiend. Yeah. But then you can still make a big Machinex, right? So it's just you can't convert it into a Zeus, but you can still make the big Machinex with the other 3s. So, you know. Yeah. So this is like, I think this is a solid place to start testing Unchained. You want to have the rest of it be, I don't know, in the current format it was books, right? I'm not sure if it's still books. Eclipse, Book of Moon. Thrust is good in it. It could be something like this. Alright, it could be that. And then I don't know, would you make the last one? Did you see the thrust price? Wait, did it go up even further? There's no way. Did thrust go up even more? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It's still 70. Which is not cheap, but I paid 70 for mine. I think. It was close to 60. Then it fell back. Like, it used to be 70. It definitely was 70 at some point. What's the ulti? Okay, ulti is crazy. Ulti is 112. That is insane. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of sad. This is kind of sad, honestly. I think they shouldn't do this anymore. I don't think I think they should stop making staples like this exclusively secret rares. I also feel bad now about pulling ulti purely Lily, because that was only like $25 or $30. This one, the ulti thrust. I should have pulled ulti thrust. That was stupid of me. Ulti thrust was going to be 4 times the money that pure Lily was. That was dumb. No, but on a serious note, I actually think it's okay if they make good cards secret rares. I think they should make an exception for when it's like super big mandatory staples like prosperity, thrust, these kind of cards. I'm really not a fan of when they do it because it prices out so many people from playing the game. Because even if you want to play a budget deck, even if you're willing to play a worse deck than everyone else because you're on a budget, you're being double punished because your deck is already worse, but then you also don't get to play the good staple cards, right? Like Thrust, Prosperity right now is another case where like it's stupid when you're on a budget and you can already not play the good decks or the really good decks that you can also not play the good staple cards, right? Like I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think they should focus more on making other cards the chase cards rather than that something like that, right? Prosp is 30, it's fine. Fine, right? Fine, but you think of it from a perspective of someone who's actually trying to play on a budget. Someone who's playing on a budget does not think $90 for a playset of Prosperity is fine when the card is 2 years old. How old is Prosp? 2021 or 2022? I think it's more than 2 years almost. 2.5 years, yeah. So I don't think $30 for a Yu-Gi-Oh card is terrible. I think it's okay if some cards hit $30 even more. I think it's okay if some cards hit certain prices. I think that's okay. But I don't think a card like Prosp or Thrust that's in almost every deck and almost required to play a good Yu-Gi-Oh deck, I don't think that should be the ones, right? Yeah. And I don't mean it in a way like, I really don't mean it in a way of like, oh my god, who would ever pay this much money for freaking cardboard? I think that's a boomer argument. That's completely dumb. I think Yu-Gi-Oh cards have value and it's okay for them to have value. But I think a card that everyone needs is, I think, a little silly if it's like in Thrust's case, $70. I don't know, that's just my 2 cents on it. Anyways, let's keep building a deck that has 3 triple tactics thrust in the main deck, shall we? Alright. I don't know what the 40th card here would be, but I think this is a very solid starting point for Unchained. Change of Heart? I don't think it would be Change of Heart here. That's the 40th card, but the reality is probably you would play maybe 1 or 2 other cards less. Like maybe you would play 2 Thrust, no Herald of the Abyss in the main deck, something like this, because you already play Goddess. And then you play 1 more hand trap, 1 more staple, like a Fenrir, Nib, Imperm. I think that's where my head would be, right? Like I think I would like something like this, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be Imperm, but like could be anything else, right? That's where I would start. Let me send you Goo. Do you have an updated version pack? Because you're not playing Dortmund, right? You're not playing Dortmund. You can leak. I played 40 cards for the first time in 10 years. Did you play 40 in the 3v3 as well? No, right? You played slightly more. Do you have your Dortmund list? Not your Dortmund list, your Cancun list? Have you posted already? Leak the Cancun list pack. Do it. What rarity do you think Little Knight will be? Tough. Cut the Ash, play 3 tactics. Okay, we have exclusive pack deck profile right now. Give me a second. Third thrust. Up. Up. Cut Duster. Towns. 40th slot is 1 Herald. Oh, Herald of the Abyss. Yeah, okay. So it's just this? With Imperm? Did you play Imperm? Eclipse. Oh, yeah, because it's last format. Of course, you played Eclipse. Yeah. So you did cut the dog, huh? You did cut the dog. Weird. I thought you did. I thought you had that dog in you or whatever it was. Where'd the dog go? Weird. It's almost like the dog made your deck brick more and was not worth it. I don't know. Yeah, no, this looks solid. It's like I honestly though, moving forward, I don't really see a reason not to play Ash, dude. Ash seems such a good card in this format, don't you think? Like, moving forward, I get why you maybe didn't want to play it for this event, because Cash was still a thing, and Ash is not very good against Cash. But moving forward, I feel like Ash is just such a solid card, dude. Like, moving forward, I think Ash is very strong. I think Book of Eclipse becomes a lot less mandatory. I don't know if you want to run triple... I don't know if you want to run triple tactics thrust and triple tactics talents in this upcoming format. We'll see. I like Ash, but it's all very close to each other, right? The lists are very interchangeable. The side goo is Spooky Dogwood. I treated the mirror like Tierlist mirror. Bro, don't tell people to play Spooky Dogwood, please. Don't tell people to play Spooky Dogwood pack. Stop. Stop right now. Stop what you're saying right now. No. So what's the deal with this? It's like you go into game 2 or game 3. There's like 15 minutes left on the clock. You put in Dogwood. Is that what you're telling me right now? You're telling me there's 15 minutes left. 25 minutes left. I'm supposed to Dogwood my opponent? Because the mirror takes so long that if they keep special summoning, they will lose even if there's 20 minutes left. God damn. It's Maxi. Don't say it's Maxi. No, there's no way it's Maxi. Stop. 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 Bro, Pack said Spooky Dogwood is Maxi in the mirror. I mean, it could be okay, I guess. Because the mirror does seem, and this is once again, this is coming from someone who has not really played Unchained very much yet. I've played it a little bit, but not as much as I wanted to, or as I would like to. If I was going to play, and I might, if I play Unchained at YCS Dortmund, I definitely need a lot more practice. So I don't have the most experience, but I could definitely see the mirror being super grindy and super long, kind of like a Tierlist mirror. And we did sometimes play Spooky Dogwood in the Tierlist mirror, unironically and not just for time, right? Josh, don't fall for it. Don't worry. I think I have the capability to actually think about the things that are being said to me and evaluate them. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Thank you. But thank you for your concerns, KK Morris. I think I'll be all right though. Masarike, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Also, Kozak the Ghost, thank you so much for the first time prime, everybody. Appreciate you guys. We cited Ultimate Slayer this event. See, I think Ultimate Slayer, we just recorded a board breaker tier list, and I included Ultimate Slayer, and I said that card is interesting because I think Ultimate Slayer is a interesting card with the freaking evil twin against Unchained. I think you just you do a lot. Jesse or I will show the combo soon to beat Slayer. See, that's the thing. When evaluating cards like Nib or Ultimate Slayer, I think the better someone is with Unchained, there will be ways to play around them. But the majority of your opponents probably won't. And on the other hand, like forcing people to play around your cards is not inherently a bad thing. Right? So do you actually make a different end board because of Ultimate Slayer though? Like, is that actually something you do? I'm not sure if it's popular enough for that just yet. Like, in order for people to respect a card like Ultimate Slayer, the card needs to be popular. The board we make is always the same. Okay, what is the board? Is the board different from Unchained Soul of Rage, the Wave King Caesar, and the Trap? Rank 6 with Sharvara in hand and 1 trap set. Do you still have the Unchained Soul of Rage? Or do you just not have that? It's in the graveyard? Ah, okay. I see. So you end on... Okay, I see. So you end on Wave King High Caesar, Wave High King Caesar, and Sharvara in hand. And the trap card, instead of having this on the board. I mean, Marionette Might is still okay against it, right? Marionette Might still outs the Caesar, but I guess they activate Marionette Might on Caesar, you change Sharvara on it, so at least they don't get anything. Colin CB, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the first time sub. Thank you for the support. And X Scarlight, thank you for the 2 months as well. I don't know if I just said that, but appreciate you. It does work against Slayer unless you play an XYZ target. If they play an XYZ target for Slayer, you're kind of cooked, no? I guess you have... Yeah, no, you're cooked. Right, Pack? There's nothing good except Mirror Large. I mean, if they're playing a mirror match, right? They already have targets. It doesn't matter if they're not good. It's just the fact that they out your Wave King Caesar, and then you don't really have anything. Right? They just send a Wave King High Caesar, or whatever, right? And they just shuffle this back. But so does Eclipse. Well, Eclipse is worse, though, because if they just activate Eclipse, you can chain the Sharvara, pop the Caesar, and then bring back... You can trigger Yama in the grave to bring back your Unchained Soul of Rage still. Right? It's much better into Eclipse than Slayer, right? Slayer prevents you from stopping the Sharvara, from chaining Sharvara, right? That's the crucial part. Like, your board is Wave King Caesar, this, plus Sharvara. And if they go Ultimate Slayer on the Caesar, you can't change Sharvara and you don't get the contract search. So your trap card is dead right now. You have to use Unchained Soul of Sharvara to pop the trap, which is very mid. And then you have to like pop the trap, float into Rakea, Rakea pop Sharvara, and then Sharvara, then you can trigger Yama in the graveyard. Or you could, yeah, you can trigger it off of just destroying the trap. You still have the Unchained Soul of Rage, right? But that's it. That's why the trap is chamber. Ah, okay. Okay, you end on this trap if you can choose. Okay, I see. That makes sense. I mean, you can always choose. Yeah, okay. You end on this one. All right. It's still, I wouldn't say it's immune to Ultimate Slayer. I would not say that. It's not auto loss, but it's I don't think it's insane. Into like I think if you play against a 5-card hand including an Ultimate Slayer, like 6 cards including Ultimate Slayer, or like 5 cards plus Ultimate Slayer, I don't think that's that strong of a board. I don't think it's that strong. The opener, but it is good against Nib. The line is good against Nib, I think, when you don't have to leave the thingy on the, when you don't have to go for Unchained Soul Rage. Yeah. By the way, Pac, do you think Unchained is by far the best deck? I am actually curious, because I think the dynamic changes with Cash Tira not being there anymore. I think the fact that people will now respect Unchained as like the #1 deck, I think could make a big difference for it. I still think it's really good. I'm not sure if it's like actually the best by far. Yeah. Like, I still think it's pretty solid. I can message you instead. Yeah, dude, you don't have to leak anything crazy right now. But I just like overall, I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to look at Unchained because the deck is really strong and I like it a lot. I just think that when everyone focuses on it, it does suffer from that a fair amount. I think it can suffer from that because the boards are far from unbreakable. The boards are very, very far from unbreakable. And like, people will also know how to play against it a lot better at some point. So I think that's worth noting. Normal Robina, strongest soldier. Yeah, I mean, are we really gonna have to deal with flu again? I don't want to deal with flu again. Can we just have gentleman's agreement? No one brings flu. Like, honestly, chat, the Yu-Gi-Oh community, if we are just absolute gigachads, we don't rely on a ban list at all, right? We don't need a ban list. If we just all collectively promise we will never play Shifter again, they don't need to ban it, right? Because we just don't play it, right? Gentleman's agreement, no Shifter, no anti-spell. What if? What if? Side Zombie World, then use Marionette Might because it's free change on anything. Yeah. I unironically still think, like, Slayer was a good idea. Like, Slayer is a good idea, probably, but I still think Marionette Might is freaking so good against Unchained. I guess if they do the one where they have Sharvara in hand, it becomes worse. But even then, like, it's fine. I think Marionette Might is pretty good. I cannot find a good breaker for Chain. I think the problem for board breaking against Unchained is the fact that there's no one card that just does it, right? There's no one card where you're like, okay, if I draw that card, I'm fine. Every time, right? It's always like you need a combination of cards, right? Where like against, for example, against Cash Tira, you would be like, okay, if I have a talent, I'm fine. Probably. Against Unchained, it's like very tough to just have one card and win off of it. But I think most decks that have a solid engine is like fine, right? Like for example, like you say you make a board of Wave King Caesar, Sharvara in hand, and Abominable Chamber. If my opponent has, if you have like a Ultimate Slayer and a solid 5-card engine hand, I think you can beat that. I think you can beat that. I don't think you need to draw like 2 or 3 insane board breakers to beat it. I think you can beat it with solid engine hand, right? What do you think about Crow, Pack? I've been thinking a lot about Crow. I think Crow looks solid. I think Crow looks solid in this format. What do you crow this shit, right? You crow this guy. Isn't crowing this insane? Crow over Druis. The reason why Crow over Druis is that you can crow this dude, and this dude is a water. And you can also crow against Pearly, which you also can't use Bestials against. You can crow the Pearly spells. I outed the Tikaboo with it. Target a card you control, destroy it, then you can destroy a spell and trap on the field. Is this how you pop your Link monster, by the way, in the standard combo to play around Nib and end on Sharvara in hand? Is that how you do it? Is you go Shiyama, Reborn, and then you pop the Yama? Or you pop the Soul of Rage? Sarama? Oh, okay, I see. Instead of popping a set card again. Yeah, you just reset and pop. Okay. How does it... What is the line? Okay, hold up. I need some pack teaching right now, because I've definitely played not enough Unchained. Okay, we draw a tour guide. What is the line that beats Nib? Enlighten me. Real quick. Unless it's like absolutely hidden goo knowledge, whatever. Show me. So, okay, 1, 2... Surely this. Oops. Right? 3. Effect. What do I add? Add Aruha. Send this. Set. I'll set escape. Alright, we have 3 summons now. Aruha effect. Surely? Yeah, we have to, right? Aruha. Pop this. Alright, DB lagging. Classic. Stop lagging! Hello? Mocha S. Okay. The mistake is summoning some Sarama here. Okay. So what do I summon? Blue thingy? But okay, what's so bad? What's so bad about like if you get nibbed here, what's the problem? If they nib here, you just need another spell trap to pop, right? With the Shiyama in the grave, right? Yeah. But you could, right? You could get nibbed here, and if you don't have a spell trap, you pass. But okay, let's assume no nib. But okay, I mean, so this one pops this. This triggers summon this? Or what? Or do we now go into no, we need Sarama at some point. We need Sarama. This. Do you link into Rage here with these two now? Yeah. So your reason why we can't get nibbed is because any spell trap in our hand is potential still we do combo, right? Yeah, you go effect, you reset the trap, pop this. This adds back the Sharvara. And then you go this, pop the Sarama. This, right? But you would still get nibbed here, no? What if you get nibbed here? Try nib here? Okay. This one goes to the bottom, right? Because we used it. This goes to the graveyard. I have a token. Does this trigger on any? If a card you control is by battle or card effect. So would I use Sharvara target token? Yeah, we go Sharvara on the token, right? Or the back row? Okay. And then we trigger this. Oh, it's just Fiend Monster. Okay, never mind. I can't pop the token. So Yama brings back Rage. Anguish. Link with Nib. Yeah, make Muckraker, bring back Anguish, make Griffin. Okay. I see. I will say, this ability to play around Nib heavily relies on... It does heavily rely on the fact it's a mind game, right? You're making a mind game because you're... you still expose yourself to a Nibiru, but you're acting like you have an extent. Like, if you don't have one of the spell and traps, which, I mean, there's a lot, right? You have prison, all the spell and traps, thrust works, talents probably works. You have a lot of ways to play through Nib with tour guide, right? But theoretically, right? Theoretically, one tour guide does not play through Nibs, right? But it's like one tour guide plus pretty much almost any other card in your deck does, right? Yeah, I get that. I understand that. That's that is very interesting. Right? Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense in your list because you're playing the 6 triple tactics cards. So like you have so many ways to punish Nib, right? Yeah. Interesting. But I guess in theory, I guess what that means in theory is if you're playing against a deck that, because your backup plan is pretty much always the Griffin, right? If you're playing against a deck where Griffin isn't that good, then Nib would really hurt, right? But I guess Griffin just is good against almost anything. Doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter. But it depends on the matchup a little bit. If I open another trap, I can like rank 6 plus rage to Nib. Yeah. How easy is it to play around Nib in hands that don't have tour guide? Like, can the Aruha plus back row hand also do the same? Does it work the exact same way? I'm pretty sure it does, right? Because you just get to the same point, right? It's the same situation, no? It's kind of the same, right? Like Aruha plus a trap also gets to the same situation because you have yeah, you probably get there. Jack, Pack, how much do you think deck lockdown does to this deck? I think deck lockdown is pretty toxic. Also, hold up. I was chatting with Pack. Let me say, did someone say Peanut Butter? Thank you for the 2 months. Monarch, thank you for the 6. Leo, thank you for the gift sub to Jojo. And Infrared, thank you for the 4 months. Are you okay with no Rika hits on the ban list? I think, like, I'm okay with no Rika hits on the ban list from, like, from a balancing perspective. I don't think Rika was too strong. But I have this, like, my philosophy about the ban list is slightly different. Like, I don't think only decks that are too strong should be on it. I think it should also hit some decks that are just badly designed. And I think Rika is a badly designed deck because it's just all in combo. Turn 1, play the game play with yourself for 10 minutes and win the game. Even though it's not super powerful, I think it should have been on there, but I can live with it, right? I can live with it. What about Soul Drain? Well, Soul Drain is good when you go first, but I think the one thing about deck lockdown that's so interesting is a floodgate. But like the one interesting thing about deck lockdown is that it's also good going second because it locks them out of their entire grind game. The only problem is that, I mean, they might have this card to pop it immediately, but the card is not bad. Fabi sub, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Do they not just pop it? Well, if they can, yes. But if you manage to force the trap card first, then they can't. And even if they do, I mean, like that's the thing. If the bottom line of your card, right? If the worst your card can do is trade 1-for-1 with their interruption, that's not bad, right? For a floodgate going second, that's pretty much the best a floodgate going second can ever do, right? If my floodgate still trades with their back row going second, that's a pretty strong indicator it's a good card, right? Like normally when you draw a floodgate going second, it's just dead, right? Because they already have a board and they will not let you play, and then your floodgate doesn't stop them from doing anything, right? And so a card going second that's a floodgate when you go first, but also forces their interruptions when you go second, that can be pretty good. How good is Gravekeeper's Inscription? I guess we can talk about some of these more, like, okay, what is like interesting anti-Unchained tech, right? What is already there? There's like Marionette Might. There is, like I said, deck lockdown. And there's Gravekeeper's Inscription, which is at the start of your main phase 1, apply one of the following effects until the end of your opponent's turn. You either apply Dweller to both people, you say neither player can banish cards from the graveyard, or you say neither player can special summon monsters from the graveyard. This card I think is okay. But yeah, I don't want to talk about the obviously good cards, right? I don't want to collect every single card that's good against Unchained right now, because obviously there can be only one is good, right? I want to talk about the stuff that's maybe less well known. That's like maybe like sleeper cards, right? Like of course there can be only one is good against it, but like that's not. No one needs help with that, right? No one needs that information. So which effect do you choose? Okay, when you go first, you just choose the Dweller effect, right? Obviously. But when you go second, it's probably still the Dweller, right? It's probably still the Dweller effect. The problem is you still need to deal with what's on the board, right? Silent Graveyard. Silent Graveyard. You know why I think Silent Graveyard is significantly worse than Gravekeeper's Inscription? Like going first, both are fine, I think. Going second, Silent Graveyard, you have to discard a card, which is bad. But the even bigger problem is that Silent Graveyard does not deal with their next turn, right? With Gravekeeper's Inscription, you don't have to kill them that turn. You don't have to worry about their follow-up at all. Next turn, they're still locked, right? Because this card is until the end of your opponent's turn. So you Gravekeeper's Inscription, you start playing into their board, even if you can't kill them, or even if you can't set up your own crazy board, or whatever, right? Next turn, they can still not play. So as long as you can deal with the board, you don't have to worry about anything. So that's why Gravekeeper's Inscription is better, I think. Heavenly Prison? Heavenly Prison. Set cards can't be destroyed by card effects. I mean, yeah, if you go first and you reveal Lord of the Heavenly Prison, that's pretty bad against, like, Unchained is pretty annoyed by that. That's pretty fucked up. But they can probably still play around it. I don't think you would play this. I don't think you would play. You might play this in like Labyrinth. You might play this against like Labyrinth and just like get the double purpose of protecting your back row and being annoying for your opponent, right? Especially because there's at least, I would say, like a 20% chance that your opponent just doesn't realize that it also affects their own cards. So you're playing Labyrinth and you're like, okay, affect Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Your opponent doesn't really think about it. You're like, okay, well, Lord of the Heavenly Prison to protect from Feather Duster. So they go like, set trap, activate a Rua, target trap. You're like, okay, well, fine, you know? There's like a 20 to 25% chance that just happens when you play Lab and you activate that card. They will just not think about it. Rescue Ace 2? Rescue Ace can set it up with Gallant Granite. That's interesting. That's some gooey shit right there, right? Making Gallant Granite to search Lord of the Heavenly Prison to protect your back row and to freaking annoy Unchained. That's funny. That's funny. That's why I sided one evenly. Well, like, the problem is that, like, don't they play Ibli? I thought Rescue Ace played Ibli, which is also fucked up. Isn't Dweller better? Yeah, actually, Pack. If I can make a rank 4 against Unchained, why am I making Gallant Granite to search Lord of the Heavenly Prison when I can just activate Abyss Dweller? I guess you can still thrust Search Storm, yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, those are all these cards here are somewhat interesting against Unchained. Like I think deck lockdown is insane when you go first. Still could be okay when you go second, but you need to draw a good hand. Like if they go full combo, you need to draw a really good hand to go like break their board and have deck lockdown. Marionette Might is very solid. Inscription I think is solid, but your deck needs to be able to support it. Like your deck needs to not have graveyard effects, which not all the decks can. The same, like Silent Graveyard, I think is just worse Inscription, and then Lord of the Heavenly Prison is funny gimmick. Is Flu a hard counter for Unchained? It's a very hard matchup, I think. Yeah, it's a very, very hard matchup for Unchained. It's not unwinnable, but it definitely is very hard because pretty much every single disruption, like the Unchained deck has a couple forms of disruption. One is Unchained Soul of Rage, which lets you link with your opponent's special summoned monsters, which is not possible against Flunder. Or they can make Nightmare Griffin, which stops special summoned monsters from activating their effects. Doesn't matter against Flunder. Or you make Wave Hiking Caesar, which negates special summons. So your entire extra deck does not do shit against Flunder, pretty much. You can make a very fat Machinex, but you can only do that if you know it's Flunder, right? You would have to know it's Flunder to do that. So game one, blind, Flunder's always going to be really strong against it. Yeah, like you basically only have this against Flunder. That's the only disruption that Unchained sets up, which is a pop. So they counter like your field spell or something. But yeah, it's tough. Why is Lava Golem not broken against Unchained? Oh, it is. It's very good against Unchained. Unless they make the line that Pac was talking about earlier. But Lava Golem, in theory, is really strong against all the standard Unchained boards. It is very good. It's just that not many decks can play Lava Golem, right? Like, Purely can, and then most other top tier decks can't. Unless you consider something like Dark World or whatever. Like, those decks can play Lava Golem, but like, outside of Purely, there's not much. Labyrinth can. Yeah, Labyrinth can. I've been playing for 3 years, and I think this is the first time deck lockdown has been meta. Honestly, deck lockdown. Oh, I didn't save. Deck lockdown is a card that has always been very close to being good, but it's never quite gotten there. And I'm still not sure it will get there this format. Like, some people play it, but I'm not sure if it's that good even. But I think the key reason why it's interesting in this particular format is because the card is actually not terrible when you go second. And that's a very dangerous component when you're looking at a floodgate, right? Floodgates are always busted going first. It's super easy to find a broken floodgate when you go first, right? Like every single deck has a bunch of floodgates that it just loses to when your opponent opens them, right? Literally, I don't think there's any deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Except for maybe freaking... not even True Draco has floodgates that it can't beat. Like, there's so many different floodgates in the game that you can find a floodgate to beat any deck, right? This is why I also find it so funny, and this is why I never make like a floodgate tier list or some shit. Like, people come in here and be like, hey, during Tierlament formats, they're like, hey, what do you think of Macrocosmos against Tierlaments? What do you think of Soul Drain against Tierlaments? You know what I mean? It's like, bro, what am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, the deck that has only graveyard effects loses to Macrocosmos. What do you want me to tell you? Right? So it's not very hard to find a good floodgate against a certain deck. But those, like, that's the thing, right? Even though it is super easy to find good floodgates, very often people still don't play floodgates. At least a lot of the good players very often don't play floodgates. Except for Pack, who anti-spelled Jesse for game. We don't talk about that. Because sometimes you do play floodgates, even like that. But like, the thing with floodgates is that most of the time, floodgates are very, very good going first and very, very bad going second. And that usually means that you don't want to main deck those cards, right? Because most decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are already good going first, and going second is more of a problem. So putting cards into your deck that make your deck even stronger going first, but even weaker going second is typically not a good idea, because usually you want to fix a deck's issues rather than amplifying the problems it already has. So main decking floodgates is usually not a good idea. There's exceptions to this, but you know, yeah. When you go, and then when you look at Julian, thank you for the 4 months. When you look at floodgates for going second in side deck, for going first in the side deck, it's also often like the side deck is there to fix your deck's problems. Right? They're here to fix your deck's problems. And most of the time, you go first after siding, you don't have that many problems, turns out, right? And they don't fix the problem of going second. So even in the side deck, it's hardly ever correct to play floodgates. The only decks that very often do end up playing floodgates are decks that are typically weak when they go first. Like a good example could be something like Salamangrate. Is a deck that in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! Salamangrate endboards are just slightly too fair. So you tend to, play a little bit of floodgates when you know you can go first, right? Something like that. So that's the general issue with floodgates. The only exceptions to those rules are sometimes cards that are even good when you go second. And that's when floodgates really take off, right? Like, one example of this was a phenomenal floodgate, actually, in like some of the past formats, was Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. The reason why a lot of people considered to play that card, and I think even I played that card in some of my decks, the reason why that card was so good was because even going second against Branded, they could not do shit about that card. You just set it, going second, flip it on their turn, still win the game. Didn't matter that you went second. Right? So that's when floodgates become really, really powerful. And deck lockdown looks like it could do that against Unchained. Like, if you go second against Unchained, you activate deck lockdown, you could still be fine. As long as your hand can play. Right? Does Purely still have a chance to win a YCS? Of course it does. Purely is a very strong deck. What do you mean? Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Like, the thing about Purely is, the one thing you have to understand about Purely is that Purely is so much more than just Noir, right? That's what it looks like to people from the outside. They're like, they look at Purely, they play against Purely a couple times, and they're like, oh my god, this deck just makes towers and nothing else. It is so far from the truth, right? Purely has so much more going for it than the X Purely Noir towers kind of situation, right? Yes, that's very powerful. Noir is probably the most powerful card in Purely, but the amount of things that the Purely deck can do is actually crazy. And the amounts of lines it has, the amounts of stuff that you can do going second, the amount of follow-up you have with the deck because you draw cards in your opponent's standby phase, it's like, even if everyone in the room main decks outs to X Purely Noir as a towers, I think Purely is still a really strong deck. Right? So I definitely expect Purely to be a top tier in this upcoming format. Will Mannadium ever be top tier? Okay, now Mannadium is different because I'm not a fan of Mannadium. You see, there's just certain decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's just certain decks. I guess we can just talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! For a little bit. Why don't we just do that? All right. there's decks in Yu-Gi-Oh where their core concept is just to auto win the game when they go first, right? And Vanadium is one of those. Why did my headphones just die? Hold up, I need my headphones. Especially because we're looking at, how did we hit another sub goal? How did that happen? Hold up. Let me fix my headphones. All right, there we are. Didn't we just hit a sub goal? What happened? Thank you, guys. All right. Where was I? I'll let you finish the Pep 80. Max Hanushik, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Will you test out Salamangre with 3 gazelles? I will, absolutely, yes. I'm not sure exactly when, but we're gonna, maybe tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. Kronkorkler, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate the support, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content enough to subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much. Vanadium, there's this sub-portion of Yu-Gi-Oh decks, which are typically referred to as combo decks these days, right? When someone says combo deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, they usually mean decks like Vanadium, Infernoble, right? Decks that are like very focused on making a very strong turn 1 board, right? Adamancipator, Drytron, they call them combo decks. Not the most fitting even, because a lot of them don't even rely on like combinations of cards. Some of them are just 1-card combos. And technically every single Yu-Gi-Oh deck these days relies on combos, right? Like even something like Unchained is, you know, you look at your hand and you work out some combos, right? Like every single Yu-Gi-Oh game is like combos, but we use combo decks as like a way to describe decks that try to do a lot of stuff on their first turn, right? They just have very long-winded combos to make very big boards or whatever, right? Vanadium and stuff like I tend to not be a big fan of these types of decks. Not just design-wise, because that's a different topic. I don't like their design, but that's a different story. They could still be good decks, right? A deck can still be powerful, even though I don't like its design. But just the core concept of combo decks, I don't think is super good in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Simply because inherently, these types of decks will be very strong when you go first, and very strong when you go, very bad when you go second. That is typically how it goes, right? Even if you look at something like Vanadium right now, Vanadium is a deck that has like engine pieces, like, I don't know, 30 engine pieces, and then has like room for some non-engine. And when you go second, you basically just throw some non-engine at your opponent and you hope that's enough to push through your combo. And I like, it just, basically, you go first with Vanadium, you hope your opponent doesn't have the right hand traps to stop you. If yes, you win. Right? And then when you go second, you're like super scared and you're like, hey, my opponent needs to not play or I lose. So you have like a couple board breakers or a couple hand traps in your deck to stop your opponent. And if that doesn't work, you lose the game, right? So it's very polarizing. Very, very polarizing. You play a deck like Vanadium, usually after the first turn of the game, it's already clear who's won. Like it's basically you either won or lost immediately, right? Now, if you think about it, if you really think about it, Dobby the Elf just gifted 10 subs. Holy shit, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Dobby. Appreciate you. You are now a free elf. Thank you for the 10. Enjoy your subs, guys. Thank you for the support. So when I say a deck wins when it goes first and a deck loses when it goes second, of course there's exceptions to that, right? Like sometimes when it goes first, it doesn't win because the opponent has a hand trap or because it bricks. And sometimes when it goes second, it is able to break the opponent's board, or it is able to stop the opponent with its own hand traps, right? It's just a general rule of thumb is when it goes first, it's very scary, and when it goes second, it typically loses, right? And you can already, if you continue that thought, you already know that, well, going first or second in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about 50-50, because, you know, you win the dice roll 50% of the time, you lose the dice roll 50% of the time. Usually everyone wants to go first, so you go first roughly 50% of the time. And if you win going first and you lose going second, you end up with a roughly 50% win rate, which is not terrible, but it's also not a record that you can top a tournament with, right? Like in a YCS in Europe these days, it's 12 rounds, and you need to win 9 of them. At least. Sometimes 10. Or like 9 wins and 1 draw, 2 losses. Something like that, right? You need to win 9 out of 12 rounds at least, which is, it requires you to have a 75% win rate, right? And even though, yes, your chance to win when you lose the coin flip, when you lose the dice roll with Vanadium, your chance is not 0, right? You're winning sometimes going second, right? But you also lose sometimes going first. So I think it kind of cancels each other out. These decks, unless you have a lucky day, these decks you don't really expect these decks to have more than a 50% win rate. Without factoring in, of course, you know, making if you are a really good player and you never make misplays, and then your opponent sometimes makes misplays, that can make your win rate go up. But just the concept of the deck is not good in my opinion, right? I think it's always better when your deck has an inherent plan of going when it goes second, right? Which in combo decks situation is usually not the case. They don't really have a plan for going second. They just go like, I'm stopping my opponent, and then I'm doing exactly the same thing that I wanted to do when I went first. Typically. You know. But yeah. That's exactly why when I go to events, I never ever play combo, because I know I can't play it through 12 rounds, so I default to flu. Do you mean from like the skill expression thingy? Like you don't think you can perform over 12 rounds? That is something that, you know, like it's Reaver Liam, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and Yuya Hair Sniffer, thank you for the prime. That can be an issue. That definitely can be an issue for some people of like, and it is good to be self-aware like that, right? Is like going to an event that's very long and playing a very, very going for a very hard to play deck. It can be very, very tiring, right? And exhausting. And being aware of that, of your own abilities, is important. On the other hand, there's also one thing that I always tell you guys, or very often at least, because people always ask me what's the best way to get better at this game, right? And the best way to get better at this game is to do the things that you cannot do yet, right? It's to try to play the decks that you don't know how to play yet, because if you like you said, oh, I always autopilot with flu because I don't need to think for that. I know how to play that deck. That deck's easy, right? If you do that, you're not getting better at anything, right? You're never gonna be able to bring a different deck to a tournament if that's always your mentality, right? If it's always like, hey, I can't play that. I can't play these types of decks, right? I know they're better. I think they're better, but I can't play them, so I'm always bringing flu. You're putting yourself into the position to always have to do that, right? You always have to play the easier deck. You can never play the best deck, right? And then I think that's very dangerous, right? I think in the short term, basically don't be a net decker. That was the perfect way to showcase that you did not understand what I said, because it has nothing to do with net decking. Net decking is completely fine. I don't know what the hell you just heard. I don't know how the words I said translated to that statement in your mind. That's a crazy thing to say after what I just said. Anyways, let's move on. Nothing wrong with net decking at all, but that's a crazy thing you just said. That threw me off. I don't even know what I was about to say. Okay. In the short term, that can be completely okay, right? Like if there's a YCS tomorrow, and I really want to do well at that YCS, and there's a certain deck that I know how to play, and then there's another deck that I don't know how to play, but I think it's better. If I care, you have to ask yourself, do I care about my result at this one tournament, or do I care about improving in the long run? If it's, I don't know, if it's a YCS and I really want to top, then yeah, okay, go with the deck that you know how to play, right? Go with that. Do it. It's probably smarter to do that, right? It's understanding what you can and can't do is important, right? So if you really care about your result, go with that deck. But if you care about improving in the long run, or maybe if it's a tournament that it's not as important to you, maybe it's locals or a regionals that like, yeah, you would like to do well. Of course, we always like to do well, right? You always want to, but you also want to improve, right? You have to understand how like what's more important to you in that moment, right? And if that's why I personally, for a lot of tournaments, for myself even, I try to look at it from a perspective of, do I care about this tournament, or do I want to use it for practice more, right? And then like make my decision based on that, right? Like if I really care about my performance, I will play what I think I have the best chances of doing well with. And if I just care about practice, I will maybe play something that I haven't played much yet, right? I will just play a deck that I maybe just a deck that I think is cool, or a deck that I enjoy, or a deck that I haven't practiced yet, and I don't really like it, but I want to practice it just in case it ever becomes good, right? And that's how I decide what to bring for a tournament sometimes. And I think in general, if you ever feel like a deck is too hard for you, that should never mean that you don't play that, right? You should play that. You should take the challenge of playing it, unless you are really afraid of not performing at one particular tournament, right? Like if you really, like, for example, I don't know, like this weekend is the last regional, and you really need your invite to Euros or to Nationals, and you really care about it, and that is not the time to like experiment or like test basically and get better. That's the time to bring the deck that you're comfortable with, right? Or like that you already know how to play. So on and so forth. You get what I'm saying, right? I don't need to elaborate further. Oh, did we hit another sub? We hit another sub goal. Holy shit, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Josh, tell me how good salad is. Oh, I forgot to answer your... The thing is, you DM'd me and asked for a salad list, but I just genuinely don't have one yet. I don't know how good it is, but I like it. I want to try it, but I don't have a list yet. 0 to 1 of fire is all you need to know. There's no way. Salamangreat of Fire is such a pog card. I love that card. Honestly, when you're playing Salamangreat, there's like a solid chance that locking yourself into fire monsters is actually an advantage in Salamangreat, because it forces you to be a based individual. Have you ever thought about that? We come full circle to my statement of Salamangrates should have been pyro monsters, and they should just delete Cybers from the game. That's what you can do this now by normal summoning Salamangreat of Fire. You normal summon Salamangreat of Fire, and the world is just right. Because once you normal summon Salamangreat of Fire, it's exactly like that. Once you've done that, all Salamangrates are technically Cybers monsters, and all the other Cybers cards are banned. So you can make you can create this utopic society on your own. You don't need to rely on anything else, on Konami card design team or whatever. You can just do it yourself and just make the world a better place by normal summoning Salamangreat of Fire. Okay, thank you for coming to my second TED Talk. on a serious note, I think Salamangrate has some really good stuff going on. The question is whether it's good enough or not. I personally am probably blinded by my massive amount of copium. I think it could be. I like the deck a lot, but that does not mean it's actually good enough. But I'll have to. I will try and find out. I will try and find out. I'm kind of in this. I'm kind of in this weird spot of YCS Dortmund is in 2 weeks, right? 1.5 weeks, right? Like I'm leaving for YCS Dortmund in next week. The last stream is going to be on Wednesday or Tuesday, probably. So like it's like 1 week and 3 days until I have to submit decks for Dortmund and stuff like that. So it's really important in this kind of situation to manage your time right. And I'm a little bit scared that with Salamangrate, I'm coping too much and I'm putting time into it that I shouldn't be putting into it. You know what I mean? When then I'm gonna run out of time to find another deck. So I'll have to go and see. I'll do something like I'll just spend one evening. I might spend one evening testing Salamangrate, and if it doesn't perform, I'll just drop it. But I don't know yet. Also, once again, chat, I know everyone is excited. Everyone is excited about this format. I'm also excited about this upcoming format. I just want to make one thing clear. Please don't ask me what I'm going to be playing at YCS Dortmund, because I don't want to tell people straight up what I'm playing. It's okay to ask questions of, hey, what do you think of this card? What do you think of this deck? What do you think of whatever, right? That's completely okay. But don't ask me to spoon feed you exactly what the best deck is, or what I'm going to play, or what the list for my deck is. Like stuff like that. I don't want to put myself. I'm okay with teaching you guys certain things, right? That's always what it's been about. It's always been about, like, you know, you ask questions, and if I find the questions interesting or worth talking about, we'll talk about it. You can't, don't tell me I'm not giving you guys like a lot of insight. Like this entire stream has been full with, you know, my opinions and insight on the upcoming format. But don't ask me, hey, show me your deck list for YCS Dortmund. I'm not going to do that, right? So, yeah. I'm giving you information. I'm answering your questions, but I'm not spoon feeding you without any, you know. Will your list have 3 Gazelle? Well, the thing is, it's funny. Even if I said yes now, you wouldn't know what I was playing, because I could be playing Chimera. So you're actually a fool for asking that question. Jesse just dropped the Unchained. Good. Did Jesse drop another Unchained deck profile? The Unchained secrets that Yu-Gi-Oh! Pros don't want you to know. Okay. Let's look at that. I assume it's probably most of what Pack already told us, but let's see.
What's up, guys? How are you doing? And welcome back to the channel. Today I want to go over a bunch of Unchained combos. After 3
Oh, Mario Sunshine music.
I think it's about time I share with you my thought process and how to approach each time I go first. This was a couple
Is it Sunshine? So. I think it is Sunshine, right?
There are mainly 3 different lines that you can go about, and how each line may go depending on the interruption. I hope this may prove useful for those of you going to Dortmund, and if you were going to one of the YCSs that just passed, I'm sorry I couldn't share this, but for my own testing partner's sake and myself, we do want to keep an edge when we can. I can't always give away every single piece of information. But before I begin, huge shoutouts to tsx1.com. Use the code potato10, % off on your sleeves. Again, I use this every event, so I urge you guys to do the same. Great quality. And yeah, let's get into the video. Okay, so I'm going to show you a basic tour guide combo that can also be done with any red and trap, or really just any way to get a couple bodies in the field.
I think this is going to be the Pack combo.
What I'm trying to show here is playing around Nib, and in the fashion that I do so. Plays around Nib, but also plays around the stealing cards the best. So let's start here, and we'll go with Tour Guide, Rhino, And let's make our Yama all simple here. Nothing really crazy. We get our effects off, and we're going to send Shayama, and we're going to set... sorry, no, we're not going to set Shayama. We're going to not do that.
Oh, false information.
Shavara.
Prod Adrian, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you.
Else.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter. Add a Ruha, just put it in the grave, I guess. Reset this now.
Wait, why does the add not matter? Doesn't it have to be a Ruha?
No, sorry, it does need to be a Ruha because you want to float into and you need to get into Sarama here. Yeah, so then here you go. Effects, pop this to summon Sarama. Right, I'm used to doing this with a red dog, so it's slightly different. When you lead a red dog, then you special this immediately from deck, and it's fine. If you lead a Ruha, then you special this, you pop the Ruha and summon Shavara. Either way, you should get to this point in the field where you have a body. The Shayama's either in the field or grave. It has to be in play somewhere with the effect unused to revive.
Nib here? Okay. We've gone through this earlier with Pack. The reason why you can nib here. You can nib here, absolutely. The reason why this is the combo that is supposed to be safe from Nibiru is because at this point, you have not used the Blue Dog's graveyard effect yet. You have not used Shiyama in the graveyard. So if your opponent nibs, and you have any spell trap from Unchained in your hand, you can just set it and keep playing by popping it with Shiyama, right? That's the reason why this combo is stronger into nib, is because you still have that option available. You can still pop a set Unchained spell trap with Shiyama and keep playing, right? And this is what this all revolves around. It's not a guarantee to beat Nib, but if you have any way to extend any one's Unchained spell and trap, you can keep playing. And that is important. Especially because it's not just Unchained spell and traps, it's also Thrust, Talents, all of those cards just punish the Nib. Any spell and trap, well, you can bring back Shiyama by popping any spell and trap, but if you have, like, let's say you have to pop a Feather Duster, you only have Shiyama and the Nib token. I don't think that gets you anywhere, right? You would just have to be Soul of Rage passing. Actually, no, you can revive with Yama. Yeah, no, any spell and trap works, right? Any spell and trap works.
Body,
and then you still get Griffin locked, right? Because they link climb with your Nib and the token, right? They go Soul of Rage, link into Anguish with your Nib into Muckraker, revive Anguish, make Griffin, so you're locked under Griffin, right?
Which can be Shayama in this case. So
I assume he says this anyways.
So if you get nibbed here,
right?
they'll have a nib, and let's give them their nib token. There's a couple options we can do from here. What's really important is preserving the Shayama and the Yama, so you still have several plays. If you set a card and you blow it up and you can bring this back, I think the general play here was, at the recall, it's bring this back, and then it's not pop this, right? It's here. Then we link these. This goes to the bottom of the deck. We make Rage, and then we want to reset this so we can revive it. It's important you pick this one for this line, so you can revive the Rage. You're gonna blow the Rage up, and you add back Shavara. Right, and this is why in this line you wanted to lead Shavara as well. Then you can destroy this, special from deck, and then special summon from deck the blue guy back out.
Or you can just Wave King, yeah. You could have also made Anguish.
This deck you had to add a Ruha, or this line, it was just slightly different. It's not always this way. It's just kind of looking for this type of pattern where you can do this type of play through Nib, and then you can revive this on their turn. Link with a Nib, although oftentimes it's better to make them commit their battle phase. But this is fine. You set a card, you add the follow-up, and it's okay. This still revives as well. And for the most part, that's okay. So it's a decent way to play around through Nib. Alright, now let's say, though, that they don't Nib you. So this is not there. This is in the grave. This should be an extra deck. This is on the field. This is on the field. And so is the Yama. So here what we're going to do is we're going to link these away for Rage. And this way we don't get punched by Nib as much. This being on the grave is helpful. If we get nibbed here, it's very similar to the last play. We can just do the same thing and burn the second Rage. Or you can Yama back a Rage as well. And that's also just fine. Point being, you don't have to do anything crazy. But yeah, so here we got the Rage. And here if the Rage goes to the grave, actually, the cool thing is you can revive the Rage instead of... No, the Shaman comes back. No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Ignore me. Same thing. But yes, Rage here.
And now Sarama.
And what I want to do is reset And this doesn't matter that we're going to blow up a Rage here. Because, I mean, like, we can revive it. It's not that big of a deal. What's more important, though, is this gives us Shavara in hand. You should always try an Shavara in hand, especially as people start preparing more for this matchup. Because, one, this could be used as an interrupt. You can use this to pop the card you set when you get off Shavara when they kill your Caesar or you detach it off Caesar. So we'll get a bomb from deck into discard a pop a card. So interrupt in that regard. But also, if they use talents or change of heart, being able to pop your own Caesar so that's not a liability against you is very important. So, really, really helpful. Almost always end on a Shavara in hand if you can. When you ever have excess DD cards, setting yourself up with this in hand as like follow-up and as a bit of counterplay against their tech cards, that's fantastic. Anyways, you get to this point, you still have the interrupt here, and then it's very simple. You just destroy for Shiyama, special summon the other 6 from the deck. And this is just Rage here. This is a bit better into Ultimate Slayer as well. Yes, it can spin back to the Caesar, but it's fine. You still have the Rage, which can come out at any point. It's a hidden through the back row, so they can't really capitalize on it too much. You have floaters, and you just have several ways to go about things, so you're not really overlooking.
Can I just say that I think it's so freaking healthy that one of the decks, or like maybe even the best deck in the format, ends on a board like this? Like, that is such an insanely good, like, you know, that's so good about the format. Like, I love that. I love that so much. I love it so much that, like, the format is this, right? This is what we have to deal with, right? And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it encourages interaction, right? When I say this is not weak at all. It's a very strong field. It has a lot of like interaction. It's just insanely healthy in the sense that it encourages your opponent to interact with it. Like you play a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh pretty much every time, right?
Concerned with Ultimate Slayer, you still have multiple layers.
It's super cool.
This and Yama, your floating potential still very strong, and this is like my favorite way, kind of hedge.
This, by the way, is also why people really love I think this is why the Dark Contract package is probably worth it, is because your board is not auto-win. The fact that when the Caesar goes to the graveyard, you get to add follow-up is very, very good, right? Because you're always going to go to your next turn, and you're always going to play for follow-up. You're always going to play the grind game. Like, there's literally no deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! That just draws their 6 cards against this opener and is like, yep, I can't play, let's go to the next game, right? Does not exist, unless they bricked completely, right? So, yeah, no, phenomenal. I think Unchained, whether it's the best deck or not, completely aside, right? But super healthy, and I'm very happy it's part of the format.
All the interrupts. Yes, you don't have the pop trap here. It's a little bit worse than like a standard combo, but I think this is way better versus most things. Because its follow-up is stronger, it's safer into hand traps, and it's safer into steel cards. So yeah, this is how I play a standard turn 1 out. Let me show you another play though. Okay, so I'm going to show you what a play may look like if we have red, trap, and then a blank card to destroy. Give ourselves a thrust here, because this is the one that commonly pops up. So say it's post side now, and I'm worrying about Druid Swarm, I'm worrying about Bestials, and I want to be conscious. Typically this happens when you have thrust in hand as well.
Okay, this was actually interesting. This one we didn't talk about yet. How does this deck, like, is there a way to play around Bestials?
Because you can play more green.
Basically, Bestials against Unchained, what you're trying to do with a Bestial is you're trying to banish the Sarama before they can negate, before they can threaten the Wave King High Caesar, right? That's the best thing you can do with a Bestial, is put it onto the field before they get the Wave King High Caesar, and you want to banish the Yama.
Into nib and feel comfortable. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play my...
Did I not say Yama? What did I say? Did I not say Yama? I said Sarama. No, I meant Yama. Yeah, of course, you want to banish Yama. Yeah.
And I can summon Shiyama from the deck. I just want to get a free graveyard effect here, so I'm going to cycle Shiyama, effect to destroy, pop a Ruha, get Shavara. Nothing here should be that uncommon.
So here we can already make the Caesar if we really want to, right? But you
and
don't.
We can make Yama here. We trigger both effects. Obviously, we've already used. This case, we used the red dog, so. No, we have a normal summoned. This combo, we add Sarama. And then we're going to set a card. And again, I try to go for this one already established. This line, though, depends on the rest of your hand. Like, this one's a little bit iffier. because it's definitely there is a bit of risk if you get escape, but it's a bit better if you're end field. So I'd probably go escape here if you have just these. But you can always kind of play by ear. Here I already have escape, so I'd get the other one. It has to be one you haven't used. And I guess I can play by ear what I want to set off of. The Warmup. But the point is here I can destroy this now, and I summon Shyama. Special from deck, get a Shavar from deck. And DB, there we go. So here we threaten a rank 6, and that's pretty good. And they're inclined to nib here. Now the higher value play, of course, would be to summon a name from the deck here that you can then normal summon, set and pop, or would be like normal summon this before triggering Shyama, set the trap, pop the trap special from deck, and then do this.
I mean, I think if you get to this point and they don't nib you here, I feel like you can like deduce that they don't have nib, right?
Pop this to special from deck, then you make link to rage trap. However, I don't like how that plays into disruption. If you do this, this threatens nib here, and if they nib here, then Sarama's still held. And if they don't nib here, you make Caesar. And say, okay, great, now they can't nib you. But also is important here with this line is there no lights or darks in the grave. So they don't actually have an opportunity to do this worm you before you surround.
Yeah, they could. That is an interesting line because they literally could not have. They literally had no window to Druis Worm. Like here, there was not a single light or dark in the graveyard yet.
Now at this point, your talents is probably gonna be dead. There's never gonna be a spot for you to use thrust or talents. So I'm okay just popping it, get the trap set up.
Yeah, you just basically use Sarama to reset the trap, get rid of a brick in your hand.
Making rage. So yes, this is lower efficiency. Your cards don't get as much value out of them. However, you play around hand traps a lot better.
Yeah.
In this version, we aren't ending with Shavar in hand, so I try it on Shavar hand as much as possible. In this case, I maybe try to find an alternate line that does both. But if I can just play around Nib and Druis Worm, I'll try to do that. In the mirror match, however, with a lot more steel cards, I may switch out my line again to prioritize the Shavara, especially because you're doing this more post side. Other matchups, though, this is fantastic. I'm a big fan of this play.
What I'm taking away from this video so far is kind of like, it's going to be a disappointing thing for some people. But what my main takeaway from this is that Unchained has a lot of options to play around specific tech cards in the format. Like if Nib is super popular, you have lines that play around it. If Druis Worm is super popular, you have lines that play around it. However, the lines that play around certain cards will be suboptimal into other cards, right? It's a little bit like Kashtira, right? How Kashtira had ways to play around Nib, and then if no one played Nib, you could play into Nib again for a better or more greedy line. You could play into around Lava Golem, or you could play into Lava Golem if no one played it. And it's kind of like making the correct decisions on tech cards, right? Like for example, if you make a play like this to play around Bystials and Nibiru, and you invest a lot of cards to make an end board that you could have gotten to this end board with less cards, right? One tour guide or one Aruha plus trap card is this board without investing another card from your hand, right? If you play into those cards. So if people make suboptimal plays because of Druis Worm and Nibiru, you can maybe capitalize on that by playing other cards like board breakers, like DD Crow, like whatever, right? Like less cards that benefit from this, right? And once again, as always, we're hitting this territory of you need to be ahead of the curve, right? You need to understand what's happening, what people are doing with their combos, what cards people are playing around, what cards people are not playing around, and make your decision based on that. I think that's the most important thing when it comes to teching against Unchained and moving forward in like for YCS Dortmund, right? It's like, what kind of lines will people take with Unchained, and what cards are good against that, right? Like if you're like, for example, if everyone watches this video and now adapts these lines, and then everyone who's playing Nibiru might have a bad time because people now play around Nibiru, right? It's very, very very interesting.
We'll be having to keep track on how meta trends move forward. If we are seeing a lot of Bystials, then this is absolutely what you want to do. It's very hard to counterplay this. This is where the Bystials feel kind of shit, and my big fear playing them moving forward.
Yeah.
But if we are seeing mostly steel cards, it's really, really important on Shavar in hand, so you want to switch this up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Right, because this line doesn't have Shavara in hand, so if your opponent literally just goes Marionette Might, you're screwed, right? Marionette Might omega good against this opener.
Obviously, if you're playing it out with max efficiency, you'd play it a little differently. Most lines would look something like we're at the Yama point here, and you'd have the card you just set. It'd be along the lines of like normal summon, set other trap, pop this, special from deck, get Rikeya into play, which is still cool. Getting Rikeya into play is nice because being able to revive it means you get more flexibility through disruption and more flexibility around steal cards. It's not majorly important though. You can special summon this out by popping anything, be Rikeya or Sarama, doesn't matter. And then you can see here it's the same thing. You have 2 6s and then Yama plus a body. Here you don't have to pop the thrust though, it was never got rid of. But this is how to play maximum efficiency, and this is like in a vacuum how you're taught to play Unchained. This is what all the standard combos may show. It's like stuff like this where you just get max value out of Sarama. And yes, that's true in some cases if you have the bare bones, but I try to avoid it because oftentimes it is the most volatile, and there's very easy ways and relatively low cost ways to avoid stuff.
This is like it's a very good showcase of how you start playing a deck and how you end at, like, how you master a deck, right? Because in the beginning, it's completely fine to look up the standard combos for Unchained and play with the standard combos for Unchained. And then you'll start noticing, hey, this standard combo is pretty good, but it loses to Nib, it loses to Druid Swarm or whatever, right? What are the ways I can prevent that? And that's what separates someone like Jesse or Pack in this case with Unchained for these last couple weekends, because they took the time to sit down and be like, hey, can I sequence this differently to play around those sort of cards and maybe have a less efficient line, maybe have a different line, maybe invest more cards, or maybe pop a card from my hand to be safe from the cards that everyone plays. And this is a huge deal, right? People always attest so much, like people say, oh, you need to get so lucky to top or win events, but these things make a much bigger difference in the long term when you actually practice and prepare how to play around the cards that people are using. Like it's such a huge difference when you play a Druid Swarm and you play against someone who just knows the line or does the line, like recognizes that Druid Swarm is super popular, and they go for a line that just completely destroys the Druid Swarm in your opponent's hand, right? You know what I mean? And I think this is a wonderful showcase of that.
The other big way to play around stuff that's important to keep an eye out for is when you have Book of Eclipse. When you have Book of Eclipse, going wide with your bodies that aren't link monsters can be nice into Nibiru, as long as you keep like a Shyama engrave. That way, when they go Nib, you chain Eclipse, you set all you guys face down. Shyama can pop one of them, you float, you can summon Rikeya. Rikeya can pop another one, that can float as well. And Yama can also bring back one and pop your set one as well. So all your set ones still should get cycled, and as long as they are fresh effects, you aren't at fear of losing any bodies due to the Eclipse. I've only had to do this once in tournament. I know Pack said he's done it multiple times, but it is a way to play through and around Nibiru that is not always at the forefront of her mind, but it's important to remember. Okay, so those are the two main combos, and I guess the third kind of one. I wanted to show you guys that I think have been integral for.
Yeah, that was a very good video. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Yeah. Would you play Ultimate Slayer in Lifespin Runic? That's a very hard question to just answer off the bat. I think the card has potential in the upcoming format. I think it's good. I don't know if you should be playing it. Can you link it? I can absolutely link it. All right, there you go. There you go. Link is in chat. Link is in the chat. Yeah, if you are an Unchained player for YCS Dortmund, I encourage you to look into this and maybe up you'll probably up your combo lines with that a decent amount. Okay, chat. We have already gone past 5 p.m. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a good time. I think it was chill. I think it was a very good first stream of the new format. I think it's a very exciting one. I'm very, very happy that we got that ban list. I think it's very, very exciting moving forward. God damn it, we just have ads. We just got ads. I was going to do the outro. Oh my god. Oh my god, Edge. No. Well, I guess I will only say goodbye to the subs then. I guess we're only saying goodbye to the subs today. Everyone else don't get a goodbye, I suppose. Chat, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you'll be back tomorrow. I hope you're as excited for the new format as I am. And yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for the insane amount of support today. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. And I will simply send you guys over to Nadir, who is still live with the subathon, which is crazy. I think it's like day 13 or some shit like that. I don't know, dude. I'm scared of doing a subathon. I might do it at some point. Stay tuned for that. I'm like, it's in the back of my mind, but I don't know if I ever will. It might happen at some point. But yeah, there's that. Anyways, Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Now the non-subs are back. Okay, hello non-subs. Welcome back. And now goodbye. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. And say hi to Nadir for me. All right, bye-bye. Peace.